Goodbye, Stephanie. Goodbye, Stephanie.
Start of the workshop.
I see the user, Marshall Petrie. Would you mind identifying which organizations are you
Yeah.
from?
Yeah. Hi, it's me. Yeah, I'm with ICBC.
ICBC. Thank you so much.
I can give you my title if you want.
Um,
I'll have to grab my business card.
yes, please.
Senior investment specialist. I don't think we're on until later in the what am I trying to say? I don't think we're on until later in the workshop, but I've just joined on to make sure everything's kind of up and running, sort of a thing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning to those who just signed in. There were a few of you. And seems like we're still waiting for BCO IPO.
Hello, this is Leah Worth. I'm here from BCPAC on behalf of BCO IPO.
Oh, you're here. Perfect. Thank you so much. Then it appears it's Miss Misa was missing. No.
I see it's 9 o'clock. Do we have everybody we're expecting?
I haven't seen Miss Irina Miss from BCO IPO.
Just wanted to advise that I've messaged her and asked her whether she's able to attend, but rather than holding up the process, since I'm here, I can advise her of anything that may happen in the meantime if we want to proceed.
Terrific. Thanks very much, Ms. Worth. Let's get started then. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the workshop today in respect of the Insurance Corporation of British Columbia's ICBC 2023 Revenue Requirements Application, which requests a basic insurance rate change of 0% for the 24-month policy year starting April 1st, 2023, among other matters. My name is Blair Lockhart, and I am the chair of the panel assigned to hear this matter. With me today are my fellow panel members, Commissioner Bernie Magnan and Commissioner Andrew Pape-Salmon. The purpose of today's workshop, as outlined in the BCUC's letter dated March 6, 2023, and filed as Exhibit A5, is to provide an opportunity for ICBC to present on the approval sought in the application and the key issues pursued by the BCUC and registered interveners through the first round of information requests. The BCUC's March 6th letter also outlines the format or agenda for this workshop, which includes an ICBC presentation and open question period for participants to ask questions of ICBC. Following the open question period, the panel also requests to hear submissions from ICBC and registered interveners on the appropriate regulatory process going forward, including the appropriate timelines. I'd like to remind everyone that this workshop is being transcribed and webcast to the public. Please note that no recording or rebroadcast of this workshop is permitted beyond that maintained by the BCUC. Transcripts of the workshop will be posted to the BCUC website once they are available. To assist with transcription, please remember to state your name and who you represent before speaking and to spell your last name for the record. I ask that all attendees please keep your microphones muted until you're called upon to speak. And I might also ask you to turn off your cameras if bandwidth becomes an issue. I'd like to remind everyone that if you do experience connectivity issues during the workshop, please phone into the workshop. Now, this might actually happen today because the BCUC has been experiencing some glitches in our MS Teams over the last couple of weeks. So fingers crossed we have smooth sailing. The call-in instructions should have been provided to you earlier this week. If ICBC needs to file any exhibits, it should do so with the Commission Secretary after the workshop, in accordance with Part 3 of the BCUC's Rules of Practice and Procedure. Please note that the BCUC has, after a public comment process, updated the rules of practice and procedure and added Rule 16, which relates to transcripts. Rule 16 outlines the process in the case of a potential transcription error or correction of statements made in the transcript. Again, please take a note of that, and if you do have suggestions for corrections to the transcript, please follow Rule 16. If you have any questions during the workshop, please raise your virtual hand, and I ask that the ICBC monitor the hands during its presentation and maintain the speaker's order during the open question period. Finally, with regards to breaks, we'll try to take breaks at natural points during the day. We'll plan to take a mid-morning and mid-afternoon breaks, as well as a lunch break as close to noon as possible, depending on where we are in the agenda. This is the end of my opening remarks. I now call on the BCUC lead staff in this proceeding, Bonnie Guzman, to introduce the BCUC staff and consulting team who are attending the workshop today. Ms. Guzman?
Thank you, Commissioner Lockhart. Hello, everyone. My name is Bonnie Guzman, and I am the lead staff for this proceeding. With me today are Leon Chung, the project manager, and Jim Cody, the BCUC's counsel for this proceeding. In addition, we have the BCUC's external actuarial consultants, Paula Elliott, Chris Schneider, and Rajesh Sahasrabuddhe. Finally, we have the following other BCUC staff joining today's session: Keshni Nand, Miriam Street, Johanna Barasek, Niela Melanio, and Ricardo Costa. Thank you.
And I now call on Mr. Cody to call for appearances.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I will call the parties in order of appearances so they can identify their counsel and representatives attending the workshop today. The first appearance is for the applicant, ICBC.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Randy Yu, spelled with Y and a U. I'm the Senior Manager of Regulatory Affairs here at ICBC. And with me today, I have our legal counsel from Askin, Matt Kikis and Madison Gerst. And I'll also introduce our presenters. We have is Kelly Amers, our Chief Actuary, Andrew Loach, our Director of Corporate Actuary, Kevin Rye, our Associate Director of Investments, Harpreet Tamber, our CFO and Corporate Controller. We also have Kelly Munn, our Senior Manager of Claims Fraud and Strategy, Matt Cox, Director of Customer Experience, and we have a number of other SMEs that may be speaking if called upon.
Okay, the next in order of appearance is Movement of United Professionals.
Morning, everyone. Jim Quayle, QUAIL, representing Move Up, Movement of United Professionals.
And next in the order of appearances is Richard McCandless, but I understand that Mr. McCandless will be joining us later this morning, so I'll move on to the next order of appearance, which is Insurance Bureau of Canada.
Hello, everyone. My name is Miranda Lee. I'm a policy advisor with Insurance Bureau of Canada. Thank you.
Next in the order of appearances is BC Old Age Pensioners Organization et al.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the panel, and the representatives of ICBC and fellow interveners. My name is Leah Worth, W-O-R-T-H, and I am now accompanied by my co-counsel, Ms. Meese, M-I-S. Thank you.
Madam Chair, that's it for appearances.
Thank you, Mr. Cody. ICBC, would you like to commence your presentation?
Great, thank you. Is everybody able to see the screen presentation?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Right, on behalf of ICBC, I'm happy to be here today to have the opportunity to provide more clarity on our 2003 revenue requirements application, along with the key themes that we saw in round one of the IRs. Before we get started, as standard practice at ICBC, I'd like to present our land acknowledgement. ICBC respectfully acknowledges that we are privileged to live and work on the traditional and ancestral homelands, both unceded and treaty, of the Indigenous people and nations across British Columbia, each with their own unique traditions, histories, and cultures. We're committed to learning how to better partner with Indigenous communities to further reconciliation. We support employees on their individual paths towards reconciliation and encourage expressions of Indigenous culture at the workplace. We recognize that we are early on our reconciliation journey, and we will provide more information on the actions we take as we progress. In terms of today's agenda, based off of the revenue requirements application and the themes we saw in round one, plus the additional requests from BCUC. This is our agenda. We first will start with an overview of our rate setting and actual indicated rate change. That will be presented by Kelly Amers, our Chief Actuary. We would then like to break for questions. After that, we will be discussing the actuarial IR themes that we saw from round one, and that discussion will be led by Kelly Amers, our Chief Actuary, and Andrew Loach, our Director of Corporate Actuary. We will then break for questions and provide an overview of investments, and that will be led by Kevin Rye, our Associate Director of Investments. We'll break for questions. Then we'll have Harpreet Tamber, our Acting CFO and Corporate Controller, discuss and provide an overview of our operating expenses and financial indicators. We'll break again for some questions and allow for questions, and then move to our final topic, which is fraud and details on our survey methodology. And that'll be presented by Kelly Munn, our Senior Manager of Claims Fraud Strategy, and Max Cox, our Director of Customer Experience. There may be a number of other individuals that may be called upon. They're not listed here to answer questions if need be, and they include Josephine Huey, our Manager of Financial Analysis and Support, Connie Young, our Manager of Investment Operations, Peter Penyak, Senior Manager of Evaluative Analytics, Quinn Nguyen, our Senior Manager of Customer Insights, and Marshall Petrie, our Senior Investment Specialist. In order to be effective with our time, we would suggest that people hold their questions till we finish the section, unless there's some clarifying question that we need to answer. And if you can kindly put up your hand if need be, we'll try to address that. And in fact, we have a question right now.
Yeah, Jim Quayle here. Yes, particularly interested in questions posed by the Commission in, I think it was Exhibit A9 or something like that, and especially having to do with the NPI information. Is that going to be dealt with in Component A in your proposed agenda, or where will that be discussed?
Component B.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Quayle, do you have another question?
No, I just have to unraise my hand. A terrible verb.
All right, thank you. Now we'll do our best job to answer questions today, but if we don't have the details on hand, you may need to take that away and respond afterwards. So in terms of a summary of our key order sought for our 2003 revenue requirements application, the first one is our proposed rate change of 0%, and that is due to the directed 0% rate change floor applied to our negative 6.5 indicated rate change. Number two, in terms of compliance reporting, for efficiency reasons, we'd like to align both our performance measures and our IT capital expenditure plan to be filed on December 15, 2023. Furthermore, in terms of compliance reporting, we'd like to propose for our road safety report, as there is no new program updates in this fiscal year, we'd like to propose that we file that with our 2025 RRA on December 15, 2024. Number three, we discontinue reporting our legal representation conversion rate on all future RRAs, as this metric is no longer provides a meaningful comparison to prior fiscal years. And number four, approval of our new money rate and yield on capital available for rate setting to incorporate leverage. And a summary of those directives have been drafted in our response to BCUC 44.1. So with that, I'll pause to see if there's any questions. If not, I'll hand it over to Ms. Amers to start our presentation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Yu. Hi, my name is Kelly Amers, A-I-M-E-R-S. I am ICBC's Chief Actuary. A little bit of background, I've been with the company since 2006, and I've had the Chief Actuary role for the last 5 years. I am an associate of the Casualty Actuarial Society, as well as a fellow of the Canadian Institute of Actuaries. My role at ICBC, I lead a team of actuaries, actuarial students, data scientists who are responsible for our pricing functions, including the actuarial chapter within this application. I'm also responsible for our underwriting department, as well as our regulatory affairs team, who oversee this application altogether. So for those of you who haven't had a chance to read through as a pre-read, I'll just quickly tell you what I'm going to talk about in our agenda today. We're going to start with a brief overview of how we set rates. It is meant as a refresher, and the material is summarized in our application, as well as our policy year 2021 workshop. The next 15 minutes provides an overview of how our policy year 2023 proposed rate change is determined. I'll highlight the main components and the regulations that are applicable to our rate change this year. Again, this material is also meant to be a high-level refresher, and a summary of the details are provided in chapters 2 and 3 of the application. Then we'll move into the discussion part of our presentation, where we'll provide what we thought were the key actuarial themes within round 1 of the information requests. So we'll provide an overview of the theme and ICBC's responses, and then we'll pause for any follow-up discussion from the Commission or registered interveners. I have Mr. Andrew Loach, who's ICBC's corporate actuary, also assisting that section. He's been with the company for over 20 years and has had the corporate actuarial role for the last 6 years. His team is responsible for the analysis on our loss and our loss-related expenses. So when we get to that section, he will provide additional support for me if there are further detailed questions on our loss and trending analysis. Mr. Loach is also a fellow of the Canadian Institute of Actuaries. As well, he is a fellow of the Casualty Actuarial Society. Okay, we wanted to start with a slide that summarizes the important takeaways from the actuarial chapter, as well as the themes that we saw through the information requests on our actuarial material. And we'll dive into these bullets in more detail throughout the presentation. But basically, if we had to condense the couple hundred pages of material that we had in chapter 3 into a few bullets, this is what it would be. So the overarching statement is our proposed rate change is 0%. That is comprised of 2 parts this year. The first is the actuarial indicated rate, which supports a decrease of 6.5%, and that is subject to the directed rate change floor of 0%. Diving a layer down, the proposed rate change reflects changes to Special Direction IC2. That includes a 7% capital provision starting in this policy year. That provision does replace the prior build and maintenance provisions that were part of the approved 2016 capital management plan. So focusing on the favorable 6.5% actuarial indicated rate change, The main drivers for that decrease include a lower capital provision compared to what's embedded in our prior year's rates. So keep in mind that policy year 2021 included a 11.5 percentage point capital build. The other major favorable impact was a higher new money rate. So that increases the amount of investment income that we earn on our premiums and our capital available. And then these favorable impacts were somewhat offset by the higher than expected inflationary pressures on our claim costs. So by applying the directed 0% rate change floor, that does have the benefit of allowing ICBC to rebuild its depleted capital. It provides additional room to absorb future unexpected adverse events or unfavorable emergence, and of course that supports our long-term financial stability. With regards to the information requests, we found a few key themes, mainly around how we consider external data and events into our analysis, and how we relied on expert judgment and available data to develop our best estimates. So bottom line is, with the range of scenarios that we looked at, as well as some of the scenarios that were brought forward through the information requests, we still support our best estimate, and we cannot foresee any change in assumption that would accord with accepted actuarial practice that would take us above that 0% floor. And I'll spend some time describing what we mean by accepted actuarial practice in a few slides. Okay, I'll start by walking through an overview of how our rates are set, including going through some of our actuarial terminology. Some of this is a repeat from the policy year 2021 workshop, but it's in a more condensed version. So the intent is to recap some of the highlights, to level set our audience, but not to spend too much time on the details. Some more detail on how rates are set, as I mentioned, can be found in the application in our Chapter 3. So let's start with the most important point, is that ICBC, our basic, is a closed system. So that means that if there is a difference between what we collect in premiums now, which is based on an estimate of required costs, and what those costs eventually emerge to be over time, that difference, whether favorable or unfavorable, stays in the basic system through basic capital. And ICBC is unique on this front compared to private companies, where excess profits in a private company could be paid out to shareholders through dividends, or it could be used to grow other lines of business. So ICBC sets rates to cover costs and expenses for accidents occurring within the policy year. And this is how we differ from a utility. The difference stems from when those costs and expenses occur. So keep in mind, with the move to a more care-based model, to our enhanced care system, those costs can now span over a longer period of time. So for example, if I had a crash in the policy year and incurred significant injuries, I could be receiving medical treatment or loss of income for several years into the future.
Pause for a second. Are you guys still seeing the presentation?
Yes, we are. There's a blue window that's opened up that says close. I don't know if others are seeing that.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yes.
Try to figure out what's going on.
But it still shows as slide 9.
I'd like to request a 2-minute break, if possible, while we figure out some technical issues.
Certainly. Thank you.
My apologies. We're still working through some technical difficulties right now. Give us another minute or two, please.
That's fine. Thanks, Mr. Yu.
Now. Okay, I am in. Oh.
For my apologies. So Josephine Huey will be presenting on behalf of ICBC. Let us know when you can see the presentation if you're able to provide her presenter access.
Josephine has been changed to a presenter.
Thank you. If not, let me give it a try. My apologies. We're upgrading our MS Teams, and we had our IT folks come and kind of resolve an issue. So we should be able to start again if people are okay with that.
I can now see slide 9 on my screen, Mr. Yu.
Thank you.
And others?
Yes.
I can see it as well.
Okay, I will resume. Just to recap where we left off, I was talking about the difference between ICBC's basic insurance and how we would differ from a utility. And I was starting to go into the timing difference of how our costs are incurred. And as we move to the enhanced care model, I gave the example that if I had a significant injury, I could be receiving medical treatments and loss of income for several years out into the future. And of course, there's uncertainty associated with those costs. So how long will I need to receive benefits or lost income for? How much will my medical costs change over time? So in order to estimate what we need to collect in premiums today to pay for the full cost of that crash, actuaries need to forecast costs. And we do that by using available data, models, assumptions, and expert judgment. So one of the benefits of having that gap between when premiums are collected and when costs are paid is that we can invest our premium dollars and use that investment income earned off the premium dollars to offset our actuarial indicated rate change. And then finally, the last statement there is that we do have standards in place for how our rates are set. As stated in Special Direction IC2, rates must be set in accordance with accepted actuarial practice, and we'll refer to that by the acronym AAP. But it is modified to comply with applicable legislation. So we'll go into that term in the next slide. So accepted actuarial practice, or AAP, it is a common theme in our information requests. We have a couple of questions asking if certain things are considered or certain assumptions are considered accepted actuarial practice. So let's start by defining what this term is. So at a high level, it refers to the manner in which actuaries must perform their work. We rely on professional rules, standards, and principles within the actuarial profession. And within these standards, they include constraints on actuarial judgment, which are an important part of our analysis and what creates some of the variability between one actuary's best estimate to another. We rely on input from subject matter experts, our knowledge of the business, and of course relevant economic and social influences to put forward our best estimate. The second bullet, mentioned this in the prior slide as well, is that our rates still need to comply with the law. The next section, we have this outlined in Chapter 3, Appendix 3A as well, but we wanted to provide some of the more notable components of the use of AAP in our application. The first is that rates should cover costs, including provision for profit. And that profit provision is referred to as a capital provision in ICBC's case, because we don't have a profit provision embedded in our rate change, but we do have a capital provision. And capital is beneficial to policyholders because it provides protection against unexpected unfavorable changes in our costs or revenues. The second bullet is all costs must be on an unbiased best estimate. And what we mean by that is our estimates are based on all information, including favorable or unfavorable data, and there is no conservatism in a best estimate. The next bullet, it is appropriate for ICBC to rely on external data, and this is an important concept since ICBC has relied on external data sources to estimate the cost under the new enhanced care product. Our standards state that this is acceptable as long as we make adjustments that are relevant and appropriate. So more to come on this in the next slide. And then last, accepted actuarial practice in Canada. It requires that the rate indication should be prepared based on assumptions that are not only individually reasonable, but also appropriate in aggregate. And what this means is that our analysis should not be updated in a piecemeal manner. So if there was a change in an assumption, it would be need to considered throughout all of the analysis.
Ms. Amers, I'll just interrupt you for a minute, but our hearing administrator has notified us that it looks like the camera in your boardroom is turned off or isn't working, but I don't see a problem with that because we can still see the slides. Just letting you know that we can't see anybody in your boardroom right now.
Let me try turning it on and off again. We seem to still be presenting.
Yes, yeah, and we can still hear everything just fine, thanks. Oh.
Did that?
Yes. Yeah, we can see things now. Thanks.
Okay, love technology. Okay, so before we jump into the policy year 2023 proposed rate change discussion, I wanted to provide a brief overview on how the introduction of enhanced care has contributed to our rate change as well as our actuarial analysis. So first, keep in mind that our 2023 costs that are under the enhanced care product, it is only under the enhanced care product, I meant to say. We have seen a few questions on how changes in costs associated with our legal-based product, including decisions on court challenges and how that impacts our rate indication. So to clarify, legal-based claims and expenses do not directly impact the rate indication. However, any change in costs will flow through to basic capital. So for example, if the remaining open legal-based claims emerge unfavorably compared to our current estimates, that will result in a lower capital level. And since I just mentioned, basic policyholders benefit from the investment income on capital available for rate setting, a lower capital level will lead to a smaller investment component. So therefore, there is an indirect impact on the basic rate change. However, it is small. And so I'll give you an example of the magnitude. In the response to information request BCUC 14.2, we provided an answer explaining that if capital was increased by 165 million, that would increase the investment income on capital available for rate setting by approximately 16 million over the 24-month policy period. And that would lead to a favorable impact of 0.3 percentage points on our actuarial indicated rate change. And then, of course, that leads to no impact on the 0% proposed rate change. So increase of capital of 165 million translates to a 0.3 percentage point impact on the actuarial indicated rate change. So next, moving on to enhanced care, that has removed a significant amount of cost from the system when it was introduced in May of 2021. That led to the 15% rate reduction that we put forward in policy year 2021. And of course, we're proposing a 0% rate change in this policy year. With regards to how the actuarial analysis has been impacted, so policy year 2021 was the first application under enhanced care. And of course, ICBC did not have any historical information under the new model to forecast our costs. So that led to reliance on external data. Specifically, our costs relied mainly on Manitoba Public Insurance's data, and we made applicable adjustments to account for differences in the product and demographics to provide our estimate. And the intent is over time, as ICBC gains more information and experience under enhanced care, that we will put more reliance on our own data and less on MPI. So for example, in the policy year 2023 application, we've had 16 months of data under enhanced care, and you'll see that we have moved to rely on ICBC's own experience for our claim frequency. However, we continue to rely on external data for certain coverages for our loss severity estimates. And again, that's because of that long-tailed nature of the enhanced care product. And we'll provide more detail on this topic when we get into the IR theme section. Second, the model has changed the timing and duration of our claim payments. Under the new model, a claim can incur costs well into the future, and so that has led to a change in our payment patterns, as well as a change in our discounting period. So one of the benefits of costs spanning over several years is that we can invest our premiums we collect today under a longer time period and collect more investment income. And of course, that investment income allows us to charge lower premiums. And finally, moving to a new model does add uncertainty to our basic insurance cost estimates. That uncertainty is mitigated through our capital provision. We have the 7%, coupled with the additional capital gained from having a 0% rate change floor. So having those higher capital levels does allow ICBC to absorb longer-term uncertainty. So not only around the enhanced care and the uncertainty around that, but we're also going to go into other areas of uncertainty with our crash frequency projections and the uncertainty around economic conditions right now. Okay, so now we'll move on to policy year 2023, the proposed rate change. This really is just a repeat of our first slide on the key themes, just pulling out the ones that relate to the 23 proposed rate. So I'm not going to spend time going through those. And we'll start with the walkthrough of the regulatory framework for this application. So as mentioned in a prior slide, rates must be set on the basis of accepted actuarial practice, however, must also comply with applicable legislation. And the legal framework governing the BCUC regulation of ICBC includes Special Direction IC2 to the BC Utilities Commission. So recent amendments to Special Direction IC2 are discussed in Chapter 2 of the application, and that title is the Legislative and Regulatory Framework. But this slide summarizes those key changes. So first, our policy year covers a 24-month period. What that means is that ICBC will not be filing another basic rate change until December 15th, 2024, with a rate change effective April 1st, 2025. However, that does not mean that customers will see no change in their premiums in their subsequent renewal. They can still incur changes in their premium by gaining another year of experience, adding a driver, changing rate class, incurring a recent crash. So today we're just talking about the overall basic rate change.
I believe we have a question from Mr. Quayle.
Yes, this relates to IC2. I might as well raise it now. And in one of our IRs, we asked if you could provide a consolidation of that special direction and declined to do so. I simply can't imagine that ICBC doesn't have an office consolidation of IC2. Obviously very important to you folks, but it's also very important to interveners and everybody involved in this. And right now it's just a horrific pace and scissor job to try to make sense. It would be very useful to have a definitive consolidated version that we can all work from on the record. And so I'm just asking again whether you folks can provide an office consolidation as a reference document that we can all use in this and future proceedings.
I can answer that question, Mr. Quayle. I believe we respond to that within our IR response. We don't control the IC2. That's done by the Queen's printer.
Yeah, that's not the question. My question is to produce what's commonly called an office consolidation. You must have a consolidation of all of this numerous amendments to amendments to amendments. You obviously don't control the document issued from Victoria is this horrific sort of Frankenstein of a special direction. So much simpler question, and that is whether you can simply provide your best version of an office consolidation so that everybody can actually read it and make sense out of it.
So, Jim, it's Matt Geekus. I don't believe that, I mean, the one that's on the website right now is consolidated to the end of 2022. If what you're asking is whether there's a handy format that has taken the most recent amendments and worked those in, there isn't one that is, thoroughly vetted and that's readily available. It sounds like you're asking ICBC to go through the exercise of preparing one and filing one. And if that's what your request is, I think we can do that. But I just want to make sure that you're aware and that the commission's aware that it's not like it's something that's lying around. We'd have to put that together.
No, of course not. Yes, and that would be useful. And I just suggested it'd be useful with every application. One of the things to be included would be basically ICBC's best effort at an up-to-date consolidation of IC2. It's the main roadmap that drives the regulation of ICBC. And of course, it may not be official or definitive, but I bet you folks are pretty competent at it.
Well, we'll undertake to do that, Jim.
Thanks.
For this application.
Okay, I'll continue with the second bullet. The second major change within Special Direction IC2 has to do with ICBC's capital management plan. It states that we are to keep the capital management plan that was in place as of May 27th, 2016, with the exception of adding a capital provision of 7% of required premium. In addition, there is a suspension of our minimum capital test requirement of 100%. And if we were eligible for a customer renewal credit for policy year 2023, that would also be suspended. The third major component relates to rate smoothing framework. The plus or minus 1.5 percentage point band on the previous policy year's rate change has been repealed. But please note that the current rate smoothing framework as outlined in IC2 does include a component that states that the general rate change cannot be less than 0%. So the 0% floor is not a new component of this policy year. However, it is the first time that it is being triggered since implemented. And we're referring to this throughout the application and this presentation as our rate change floor. Okay, the next slide summarizes the detail provided in Chapter 3. So for policy year 2023, we have separated out the actuarial indicated rate change from the proposed rate change. So the actuarial indicated rate change represents the actuary's best estimate of the rate required to cover cost, including our capital provision. So that's the 6.5% decrease shown between the two purple bars in the graph on the screen, and that represents the difference between our policy year 2023 projected premium. If we were to have no rate change, that's what our projected premium would be for the policy year. We compare that to what we need to cover costs and the capital, and that's how we estimate the minus 6.5. Next, we need to apply the rate change floor. So in order to bring the total premium back up to the policy year 2023 projected premium, or in other words, a 0% impact, an additional $421 million of premium needs to be collected. So again, note that that $421 million, it does go into basic capital because we are a closed system. And then of course we can use that extra capital to absorb any unfavorable events or weather the future financial adversity. Okay, so the next slide, we're going to break down on our rate analysis that makes up that second bar, the required premium. So this is a copy of what we show in figure 3.3 in our chapter. It's the rate components of required premium. The largest portion of our required premium is the loss and allocated loss adjustment expense, also referred to as ALAE in some of the material. And that has increased on a per policy level by 12% between the policy periods. So that's a 2-year period. Most of this increase is a result of higher inflation, which we will get into when we get to the IR themes. Next is the unallocated loss adjustment expense. It's also referred to as the acronym of ULAE. ULAE costs, it represents the amount of internal claim servicing expense that are not directly attributable to a particular claim. So an example would be compensation for our claim specialists. In the context of our rate change, these are costs attributable to servicing claims associated with policy year 2023, so under the enhanced care model, which is an important distinction since it does not cover the cost to service our legal-based claims. As you can see from the graph, it's not as large of a component. However, costs are higher compared to where we were in policy year 2021. And that's again because of general inflationary changes and in addition, anticipated increases to compensation costs over the next few years. And my colleague, Mr. Tamber, he'll provide a further deeper dive on this topic in our operating expense portion of our presentation. The next two components have seen relatively little change compared to policy year 2021. And that leads us to the next component of the capital provision component. So our capital provision compared to policy year 2021 is lower. And that a lot of that's due to having a lower capital provision compared to what was embedded in policy year 2021. Again, recall in 2021, we had a capital build of 11.5 percentage points as well as the capital maintenance. And that's been replaced with a 7% provision. The next major change is related to the investment income line items, specifically the investment income from policyholder supplied funds. This represents the investment income earned on premium revenue between the time premium is collected and the time losses are paid. So this amount, it's influenced by the timing or payment patterns and the expected investment return or the new money rate. And the largest influence between those numbers between 21 and 23 is due to the increase in our new money rate, which has attributed to additional investment income, which you'll see is the negative here, which lowers our overall premium amount. And my colleague, Mr. Rai, he'll provide a deeper dive on the changes in our new money rate within his section of the workshop. So just to recap, we've got the three main changes to our required premium are the loss and allocated loss adjustment expense, the capital provision, and the change in investment income. And then just to complete the story, we described the main components making up the required premium, and now we move back up to the 6.5 billion. And again, that difference is due to the rate change floor. To wrap things up, we'll finish off with the capital management plan, which is found in Chapter 4 of the application. We spoke about the first two bullets here that were the changes in special direction IC2. And the next bullet has to do with our minimum MCT. It was suspended for policy year 2023. But the chart below shows that by the time we reach the end of fiscal year 2024, that we are estimating that we'll be roughly at that 100%. And then, of course, beyond, it'll continue to increase. We are planning to file the new basic capital management plan by the next application, the 2025 revenue requirement, which will be filed December 15th, 2024. And part of that new basic capital management plan will address its capital management targets, and that'll be based on ICBC's risks and risk tolerance at that time. And again, the intent is to file that at the end of 24. Okay, that brings us to our first Q&A period on the recap material from chapters 3 and 4. And if there are no questions, I can move on to the IR themes. Great. Get to the meat of the discussion. Okay, here are the 3 themes that we saw in our information requests. And just to remind everyone that we do have 3 sections to follow. It'll be investments, operating expense, and other, which has fraud in our customer satisfaction survey. So if possible, if you've got questions relating to those topics, please hold on to them. Okay, so going back to how our rates are set, we need to estimate what our premiums and costs are for policy year 2023. So that includes estimating the number of policies we sell, the number of crashes, the number of injuries, and how much a claim will ultimately cost. So one of the key themes that we saw in the information request was how we use external information to estimate our forecasts. For example, how we consider recent events such as COVID, or external influences such as the recent supply chain issues on our BBDC costs, or how immigration increases may lead to higher premiums, but also higher costs. So at a high level, we do look at all of these impacts as part of our forecasting process, but at the same time, we need to balance added accuracy versus simplicity, as well as ensuring our model is predictive and produces a reasonable and intuitive forecast based on what we know. So in a few of our IRs, we were asked, whether a model would be considered accepted actuarial practice and what a range of possible outcomes would be under accepted actuarial practice. And in short, for a selection of a forecasted model to be consistent with AAP, the forecast should account for current circumstances. It should account for historical data, the relationship to past, to future experience, and most importantly, it should produce a reasonable forecast. So I'm going to go a layer down and walk through the process of how we forecast our loss trends. So first, we start with a baseline model, which relies on the last 10 years of historical data, and we fit a simple exponential trend to that data. So once we have a baseline model, we need to decide whether that baseline model is a good fit for the data, whether the forecast produces a reasonable forecast, and are there any other sources of data that could produce a meaningful improvement to that estimate. So we'll rely on regression statistics to measure the model's fit. Keep in mind that statistics alone cannot be used to determine whether a model is predictive. We need to also consider circumstances that can affect historical data, such as emerging trends or underlying factors, to ensure the forecast is reasonable based on what we know. An example is through BBDC, basic vehicle damage coverage frequency model. We had a year of extreme weather that influenced the statistics supporting the model's fit. However, in our opinion, the underlying trend was still reasonable, even though the regression statistics didn't support the model's goodness of fit. Another example is where we moved away from the 10-year baseline model and we selected a shorter term to reflect recent cost pressures on the BBDC severity that we expected to continue throughout the 2023 policy period. So this is where expert judgment plays an important role. It's where we rely on input from subject matter experts and the knowledge of the business and relevant economic and social influences to arrive at our final selected model. And just to keep in mind, most cases, a simple regression model is the best fit, where if we add explanatory variables, it might explain deviations in the trend, but it doesn't provide a meaningful improvement to the forecast. So not only adding additional variables, it can provide or can bring in undue complexity to the process. And it is also difficult to develop a reliable forecast for those other variables. So several of our responses to information requests stem from this methodology, how we have considered recent events and new influences on our data, and how that is reflected or not reflected in our forecasts. So again, the actuarial indicated rate change, it does represent our best estimate of policy year 2023 costs. However, as in any year, there is a range of reasonable estimates that could be considered within accepted actuarial practice. So the second part of the slide is how we've relied on Manitoba's data to estimate our enhanced care costs and how that has changed compared to the prior application. So this is a different situation compared to the first part of our discussion, given that under enhanced care, ICBC does not have any history to rely on to predict the future. So we touched a bit on this in the beginning of the workshop presentation. But in the absence of historical information under enhanced care, ICBC has relied on external data to produce a credible estimate. And given the similarities in product between ICBC and Manitoba, it was deemed reasonable to rely on MPI's data with appropriate adjustments to reflect quantifiable differences between the two provinces in product. And then again, just to reiterate, the intent is over time that as ICBC gains more information under enhanced care, we will continue to put more weight on our own data. And I think the important point to note is that it will take several years for a claim so we understand the severity of our claim, given that it is a long-tailed nature. So, you may ask, well, when are you going to be fully reliant on ICBC? And we will continue to assess the circumstance of how much data we have compared to what we expect, and when is the appropriate time to be fully reliant on ICBC. But chances are it will take us several years. So the next slide, it does talk about how we moved away from MPI data where appropriate. So this is more of a reference slide. I'm not going to go through each box, but in general, our frequency estimates have moved to using ICBC's data compared to the prior application. And so that's shown in the first two columns. And the next two columns shows where we relied on for this application. And you'll see on severity, we're still relying on external data for the most part. Okay, I'll move into the second theme. The next theme we saw was related to ICBC's frequency selections and what considerations were made for alternative models. So in the prior section, we discussed in general our selection process and considerations on external data and events, and this section dives into the specifics with regards to our loss, frequency, and severity approach. So the next few slides will look at our frequency trend selections for our core coverages, but the main theme includes how our projected crash frequency is impacted as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, our assumptions around how injury claims will trend in relation to our crash claims, and finally, and you'll see this theme throughout all of our sections, the uncertainty in our forecasts due to the instability of our historical data. Okay, we'll start with BVDC frequency, basic vehicle damage coverage. At a high level, this has been a difficult coverage to forecast, given the recent years of data and changing influences over the years. So we'll start by just walking through the last 15 years of data to understand some of the peaks and valleys and how our selected model has considered these influences. So first, the first circle I've highlighted, we've seen a general declining trend in crash frequency, and that's been evident even before the 2010 year that you see on the graph. It goes all the way back to the mid-1990s. This declining trend corresponds to the continued improvement in road safety and, of course, improvements in our vehicle safety technology. So there were some short-term variations between 2015 and 2020, including a peak that I just highlighted in fiscal last year, 2017. And this was explained by adverse winter weather that resulted in an increase in crashes in the third and fourth quarter. And then more recently, you'll notice we have a steep decline and subsequent rise in crash frequency, and that's related to the COVID-19 pandemic. So in selecting a trend, we do need to consider where we think crash frequency will move to over the next few years. And we believe our claims will continue to rebound back to our pre-COVID level, and that's based on our more recent claims data. And we've also seen higher congestion levels, particularly in Lower Mainland. So once we reach that recovery point, which you'll see by the black dashed line, we believe that the trend line will resume its historical long-term trend rate. And so this assumption relies on the general decline that we've seen in vehicle damage frequency since the mid-1990s. We believe that the underlying downward trend will resume, and that's influenced by, like we mentioned, the improvements in safety technology and the continued improvements in road safety. And since there's not enough stability in the information available, and there have been a number of short-term influences impacting the recent data, ICBC deems it reasonable to assume that frequency will move back to the pre-COVID level and resume its long-term trend throughout the policy year. And I'll wrap up with the uncertainty of these assumptions. Of course, there is uncertainty. There's uncertainty around where and when crash frequency will stabilize, and of course the impacts from the current economic environment. We do provide a table of sensitivities on our major assumptions in the application, Chapter 3, Figure 3.9. So the reader can have an understanding of the impact any differences in assumptions can have in our actuarial rate indication. We've also provided the 1% difference for the policy year 2023 frequency point, which is referred to as that black diamond, as well as the 1% difference in our trend, that downward trend line, in the blue section on this slide. So to clarify on the actuarial indicated rate change, if the selected trend was moved away from a -1 to a flat trend, that would also flow through our enhanced accident benefits selections, which we'll talk about next. But moving to a flat trend would have an overall impact of a 1.8 percentage point increase in our actuarial rate indication. So again, running to the proposed rate change, it would have no impact on the proposed rate change, but it would increase our actuarial indicated rate change if we had a flat trend. If we had a -2 downward trend, if it was a steeper downward trend, it would have a favorable 1.8 percentage point impact on the actuarial indicated rate change. Okay, I'll move to the injury frequency. This graph looks very different, and that's because we only have one historical point of data under the new enhanced care model. So starting with the fiscal last year 2022 point, that's the black circle. We do have our first year of data, and that reflects actual experience under enhanced care, but it does use our development patterns under our legal-based product to fill in the gaps. So moving to the forecast, the black diamond, we chose a spring off point that is a bit higher than our latest year of data. And that's similar to BVDC because we expect a rebound due to the COVID pandemic from the recent lows. The graph that you see here is relating to the medical rehabilitation coverage. So moving to the actual data, that's going from the gray dashed line down to the black dashed line. It is favorable since fiscal loss year 2022 claims have emerged lower than we expected. Now, this is different when we look at the enhanced disability coverage, where the enhanced disability claims observed in fiscal loss year 2022 were unfavorable. So you'll see when you look at the enhanced disability that it's actually higher than the gray dashed line. All right, looking at the trend line itself, it is based on the same downward trend that we selected in the prior slide in BVDC, and that assumes that the trend in vehicle claims will also affect injury claims. This also assumes that the propensity to claim an injury in the forecast period is the same. There's no change. And so what I mean by that is that we don't expect there to be fewer injuries per crash over time. It should remain stable. Now, again, leading to the uncertainty, the first main point of uncertainty stems from our BVDC frequency forecast. Because we're relying on our BVDC trend for the enhanced accident benefits, there is uncertainty as well on these forecasts. The second point of uncertainty is that ratio of enhanced accident benefits to BVDC claims, so injury to crash claims. It may not be consistent over time. We could see movements in either directions, as it is subject to multiple influences. Enhanced care provides a broader range of benefits, regardless of who is at fault. So as customers continue to understand the new product, we may experience a short-term influence on the ratio. It might go up. Other influences that might push it down is just continued advances in vehicle technology. For example, advances in occupant protection and collision avoidance could reduce the number of crashes and customers injured in crashes at different rates. So again, there is a range of reasonable assumptions, but we have put forward our best estimate here. And again, the sensitivity table provides the impact if there was a 1% difference in our black diamond on the right, on the blue section. Okay, last section, I promise, and then we'll move into the Q&A. We'll touch on severity. We'll touch on it for our core coverages. The main theme on this topic is that costs have escalated higher than expected due to higher inflation. In the next few slides, we'll comment how we've attributed for this, as well as other pressures on costs that we think will continue throughout the policy year. So starting with BVDC severity, again, we'll look at the historical data. We have seen severity steadily increase over the years as more complex technology and expensive materials are embedded in new vehicles. However, we have seen that trend increase over the last few years. We've associated that higher trend from disruption in the supply chain that have resulted in new and used vehicle prices increasing, as well as we've seen higher cycle times, higher costs for towing and alternative transportation if you had a crash. And of course, these cost pressures have not been unique to ICBC, and they've been observed across the industry. So in the last application, we did select a 5-year simple regression model, which is shorter than our 10-year baseline, but it was selected to put more weight on recent pressures. So for this policy year, if we rely on the 5-year trend alone, it does not fully capture the high cost of payments that we've seen in the most recent 2 years. And so given that we do expect higher inflation pressures to continue through the policy year, we've introduced a change in our approach. We've added an adjustment to account for the elevated inflation over the next few years. The uncertainty in the BBDC severity forecast, that's going to be related to the persistency of inflation and how changes in the collision repair industry translate over the next few years, and then how long these cost pressures will last and to what extent. Okay, our last slide is on the injury severity. Again, graph looks very different than BBDC since we do not have historical data. We have not changed our methodology on how we are estimating that fiscal loss year 2022 point compared to the last application. We are still mainly relying on our external data to estimate that black circle. And again, the reason is we do not have enough credible data under the new product. We mentioned the long tail nature of our new product. For example, if we look at medical rehab, even after 23 months, we expect to only have 35% of our fiscal loss year 2022 losses paid. And so the reason for the increase between the gray dashed line to the black circle is just due to higher inflation. So there has been a methodology change compared to the prior application in the trend selection, the dashed line. Very similar to BBDC, we cannot rely on a simple regression model to forecast us through the policy year, given the expected changes in inflation. So our trend is based on the BC CPI forecast plus a non-inflationary forecast for the medical rehab and the enhanced disability coverages. So what would non-inflationary trend cover? It captures items such as the change in our mix of claimants over time, so age, profession. It can also capture changes that we see over time due to length of disability or utilization of our medical treatments. And then finally, moving to our uncertainties. Again, this is our best estimate using the information available in judgment. But similar to BBDC severity, there is uncertainty with regards to the inflationary forecast. How long will the higher levels persist? And when will inflation resume its 2% historical value? In addition, of course, there's uncertainty to our fiscal loss year 2022 point, given we are relying on external data as our starting point. And we've mentioned this a few times that as we receive more data, in the ICBC under the enhanced care, we will put more reliance, so that mitigates that uncertainty over time.
Sorry, my computer, I think, just crashed. I have to do.
It's okay, it's our last slide.
Okay.
The last slide is really just a repeat of our key theme slide, but I'm happy to move into the Q&A period at this time. I'll just. Yeah, I can't move the clicker either, so.
No, my computer just rebooted.
Yeah, it's an IT.
It's okay, we can pause here for questions.
I have a question. Hello?
Mr. McAllis?
Yes, thank you. Just back to the vehicle damage. I guess it applies to both severity and frequency, but what approximately is the replacement percentage of the fleet with each year with new vehicles?
Mr. McAllis, I don't have that information off the top of my head, but we can get that quickly for you. We'll grab it for you over the break.
I seem to recall 7%, but I just like that verified.
Sure, I think it might be a bit lower, but we'll have it We'll look it up during the break.
Thank you.
Ms. Elliott had a question as well.
Yes, thank you. Paula Elliott with Oliver Wyman and Elliott ELLIOTT. I wanted to ask, just start off with a confirmation, if I could, Ms. Amers, with respect to APP, that when you are selecting an assumption, that each individual assumption that you select is your best estimate, as opposed to the aggregate of all assumptions would be your best estimate.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. And then if I could carry on, and if it was convenient to go back to slide 25, where you have the graph of the BVDC frequency trend. So in this slide for BVDC, could you confirm if you would consider each of the data points presented credible data?
I can take that one. I need to name myself Andrew Loach, Loach. So in terms of our historical data, we have a substantial number of claims in each year, and we do consider that each of the points are credible.
Okay, great, thank you. And then with respect to each of the data points being credible, and there was another earlier question regarding the number of new vehicles, but would you agree that there are more vehicles being on the roads each year, more vehicles with safety technology in those vehicles? So the number of vehicles on the road in 2022 would have more safety technology than the number of vehicles in 2010.
I think that's fair to say, with maybe the exception that under COVID, we had fewer vehicles on the road as a whole.
Yes, 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 for sure. Perhaps they were parked in their garage, and therefore we had a lower frequency as shown by the dip. So with that in mind, can you speak to the consideration? You've used a 10-year trend and estimated a -1% frequency trend rate. Can you speak to the consideration in selecting a 10-year period, how there might be a shift of more vehicles with greater safety technology? And if you want to select a trend rate that you believe is predictive of the future, how that was considered in the 10-year model?
So I think we responded to an information request on this as well, but essentially the historical period, and even if you go back, a couple of decades, Ms. Amers spoke to this as one of the key reasons why we have seen a general downward movement in frequencies. So by using a historical period, we're capturing the fact that year over year, as mentioned, we do have an increase in vehicle safety technology that's present in the BC fleet of vehicles. And so using the historical period captures that impact, and we think is appropriate in terms of projecting it forward.
And may I just reiterate in your response, is that, would one conclude that over the period from 2010 to 2015, which would appear just graphically a flatter period, that's representative of the proportion of vehicles with the safety technology, that you're getting the true predictive value into the future for policy year 2023? Is that ICBC's view?
So to clarify, our 10-year trend is using a period ending in December 2019. So through most of the point here identified as fiscal loss year 2020, rather than ending in 2015. And yes, throughout that period, we have seen increases in the penetration of the proportion of vehicles that had additional safety technologies. And we do think that that's appropriate to use as a forecast in the future period as well, where we'll continue to have increases.
And related to the increased technology, do you think that has contributed the cost of repairing those vehicles with increased technology, which there's the understanding that it helps prevent a claim, so a lower frequency level. Do you think that increased technology has influenced the cost and the severity of claims, increased costs there?
Yes, and I think we spoke to that in a response as well, in terms, well, I'm not sure if it was in the application, certainly in response to BCUC 9.4.2. I know we discussed this a little bit, that there has been a trend to more complex technology in the vehicles, and the safety technology is definitely part of that. So when a vehicle gets into an accident, the more technology that's in the vehicle, the more potentially there are additional elements of technology that will be damaged, and that'll contribute to higher severity on the crashes. And again, the trend to more of that over time is one of the elements that has contributed to the cost trends.
Okay, and then just to confirm then, so a shorter time period is used for the severity trend for BVDC, and a longer time period is used for the frequency trend.
For the frequency trend, we used our baseline period, and using a shorter period wasn't something that appeared to provide a better forecast given the historical points on the frequency trend. And you can see Ms. Amers discussed that in the chart where there was some short-term variation that was happening. So had we wanted to use a shorter term period, I think it would have been difficult to do so given the history, because we have had some short-term variation around the long-term downward trend. And so within the frequency, our judgment was that the baseline trend was giving us an appropriate forecast.
If we could go back to slide 25, if you don't mind. So just to confirm then, the decline in the frequency level from 2018 to 2019, I know your values are not there, but I understand that's in the 7% range. So that declining trend level of the frequency, that steep decline there, and then if ICBC was to have selected a trend that was based on the more recent pre-pandemic period, it would have had a larger negative frequency trend rate. And for every 1 point change in the frequency trend rate, so if instead of a -1% frequency trend rate was selected, it was -2%, that would change the overall rate indication by 1.8 percentage points. Is that correct?
That's correct. So picking a trend that's lower by 1% in terms of the year-over-year forecast trend would have a 1.8% impact on the rate indication. And the historical points, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but certainly there is a steeper trend if you look at the period from 2018 to 2019, as you pointed out.
Ms. Elliott, sorry.
We wouldn't typically choose a trend based on 2 years. And as we've described, when looking at it in the entire context here, our judgment is that that represents a return to the longer term trend line. You can see that there's a flattening and increase from 2015 to 17, followed by a steeper decrease through 2018-19 and 2020, although that point is partially affected by the onset of the pandemic. So in our judgment, it wouldn't be appropriate to just pick the steeper downward trend that follows a upward variation from the established downward trend line. But the more important element, and again, we address this in the response to BCUC 9.2.2, is that if you were to consider the trend line over that steeper downward period, you would be looking at a trend model that suggests that we should be somewhere lower than the 2022 point when we look forward. And that is not what we feel is reasonable, given that our experience in 2023 is that we continue to rebound from the low levels under the COVID-19, the initial drop for the COVID-19 pandemic. So the actual experience as it's emerging doesn't seem to support a trend that would continue down at that rate.
Thank you.
Great, thank you, Ms. Kellyanne. I believe that the next intervener is Jim Quayle. Mr. Jim Quayle, you have a question?
I have a couple, actually. First of all, what's your assessment, what's ICBC's assessment of the directional impact on vehicle damage frequency and severity of the incremental introduction of electric vehicles? So it have a significant impact compared to internal combustion driven vehicles.
I can attempt to answer that at a high level. Electric vehicles represent still a very small proportion of our overall book of business. It is growing, of course, but it still represents a very small portion. As far as frequency and severity, if you look at the electric vehicles as a whole, I believe they're relatively stable compared to the internal combustion vehicles, but they are driven more, and so that would lead to potentially higher frequency, and of course they're more expensive to repair, given the batteries.
Are they driven more because a lot of them are fleet vehicles at this point?
My comment was more on you're not paying for gas, so if you have two cars in the household, you're likely to drive your electric vehicle rather than your gas car.
Got it. The other question has to do with reliance on MPI data. And obviously, it made obvious sense it continues to place considerable reliance on NPA given the dramatic change in your product with enhanced care. And you've discussed sort of gradually replacing that, gradually being replaced with your own information. I wondered to what extent you are tracking sort of items of convergence or divergence between ICBC's experience and MPI's, where the pieces are in motion, different directions. Do you have sort of a matrix of trends as between how the picture is unfolding at MPI and what you see emerging at ICBC, and identifying reasons, especially for divergences between what you're experiencing and what you would have predicted based on MPI's experience?
I think it depends on what you're referring to there, Mr. Quayle. We actually don't have very long history at ICBC to identify trends to say whether our changes year over year are moving similar or different from what's happening at Manitoba for their claims. And that limited history is exactly why we're still making significant use of the MPI data. Certainly it's something that we will keep an eye on as we have more data and are able to identify trends. And it's something where we assess when we're using their data if there's anything that might be affecting it differently than what we would expect in BC. But broadly speaking, it's a little bit early to look at some of the broader trends because we don't have, we're still establishing our baselines in BC. And so we don't see a lot of trends yet within our data, having less than 2 years experience at this point.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. I believe our next intervener is Chris Snyder, who has a question.
Great. Great, thank you. Yeah, it's Chris Schneider from Oliver Wyman, SCHNEIDER. My first, I have a few questions, maybe not so many as Paula, but my first question is kind of where Paula picked up, and that more recent decline that we're seeing on this graph here. You had mentioned that maybe using your two-year period or 3-year period isn't reasonable, but what if you were to use a 5-year period, which is, consistent with the severity model? Would it be fair to say that would result in a more negative trend that you guys have in the model here?
So I assume you're talking about a pre-COVID trend rather than a 5-year trend over the same period as the severity model?
Yeah, exactly. I'm saying from, I guess, 2016 to 2019 or 2015 to 2019.
I would have to take that away and look at it. That wasn't the same as, I think, the scenario that was put forth in the information request. Certainly, trends over different periods will result in different trend rates. And as we've talked about, there is uncertainty in the trend going forward, and there can be other selections that could be consistent with actuarial practice. Having a different trend, we've given some sensitivities to that. It would create a different forecast, and it would have an impact on the rate indication. On the actuarial rate indication, it would have to be substantially different, as Ms. Amers identified, to have an impact that would affect the proposed rate indication.
Great, thanks. And then you had briefly mentioned that the more recent data, the BVDC frequency data that you have internally is kind of indicating that the frequency level is above the 2022 point, and that congestion levels have also been on the rise for traffic congestion. Are you able to give a little bit more insight as to what that level of congestion is, and kind of what kind of analyses go into backing that statement up?
So we gave some information on congestion levels in our response to the BCO APO information request 3.2. And our reference, this is an area where we keep aware of external information, articles, and things that affect the environment. It's not something that ICBC keeps data on traffic congestion. What we rely on there is congestion data that was published by TomTom. And as we discussed in the response to BCO APO 3.2, that congestion data was recently published, suggesting that Vancouver is one of, I think, the second worst traffic area in North America. And essentially, what we take from that is that any shift to work from home arrangements, for example, has not really improved the traffic congestion in this regard, as compared to other areas in North America or pre-pandemic levels. So that's our understanding, is that we've seen crashes continuing to return from their lows after the onset of the pandemic, and we have this understanding from the external TomTom information that we are seeing a return to a very high level of congestion in Vancouver. So that's some of the parts, the elements that we've taken into consideration.
Great, thank you. And then my last question is just around the historical AB accident benefits data, and I recognize there's not a lot, available to date. But have you done any kind of comparisons to what has actually emerged from what actually has emerged under the new coverage to what's being assumed, at similar stages of development? So if you're looking at a MPI's underlying assumptions and projecting, how much would have been expected to develop under those assumptions, and comparing that to what's actually occurring under the new product?
So we do monitor what's occurring under the new product on an ongoing basis. And we provided some information on that in response to an information request. Give me a moment and I can pull up the reference for that.
Great.
In response to BCUC 6.3.1, we provided the information on our reported frequencies and severities quarter over quarter under our product. And also in response to BCUC 6.2, you were asked to develop estimates based on our own data. And what we identified there was that in 6.3.1, we showed how our data is reaching or developing towards the estimates that we have that we've made as our best estimates. And in the response to 6.2, we showed that we can develop estimates based on our own data and applying assumptions around the development patterns based on what we have for that from Manitoba, for example. But those estimates are still fairly volatile. They do, in some cases, come in above, in other cases below, and in other cases substantially different from our best estimate. Some of the reasons for that are, not surprisingly, that we are different than Manitoba and that we do have a brand new product here. So while they have a product that they have a lot of experience with and they have established procedures and patterns that have been in place for a long period of time, we have a product that's new to ICBC staff. We're still establishing and baselining some of our procedures, kind of polishing off some of the rough edges perhaps, and new to ICBC's customers as well. So unlike in Manitoba where you know what the process is, you know what to expect, we've been going through just the first year of our enhanced care product, and people may have been still familiar with the previous legal-based product, and there's a little bit of a transition period there. So it's not surprising that we will see different development patterns than what we might benchmark against from Manitoba.
Great, thank you. So just to confirm, there seems to be a lot of uncertainty here, and probably substantially more than other rate filings that have been occurred in the past. Is that fair to say?
Certainly in terms of the new product, there's more uncertainty than there would have been under an established product. I think that given that we have our own experience on the frequency side, there should be less uncertainty than we had in the previous application where we were using external information to forecast the frequency as well. So we've been moving towards relying on our own data where we're able to, and that's something that we will continue to do as we have more data to rely on. And doing so will reduce the uncertainty.
Perfect, thanks.
Okay, great. I believe Mr. Sir has everybody has a question as well.
Yes, thank you. And it's this is Raj Sahasrabudhe, SAHASRABUDDHE, with Oliver Wyman. And if we could go back to slide 25 again, and if you could with the squares on it, thank you. So that the COVID affected time period, the last time block to the right, the data point to the left, I understand, is fiscal loss year 2020. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so that period would end. Oh, sorry. That period would end on March 31st, 2020. Is that also correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. So with the pandemic really principally taking hold in mid-March 2020, that point wouldn't be quite as affected by the pandemic as certainly the other 2 points that are there. I want to ask you to react to that. I guess I'll just make that as a statement. And but there's sort of an explanation attributed to the patterns on this chart, except for those two those two dots that are start showing the decrease. This is sort of between the two rectangles that are on the right-hand side. Is there a view as to what caused the decrease in those years? And if you were to sort of extend that to the data point that we'd expect would have a more minimal COVID effect, that very first data point in the rectangle to the right, is there, so if you were to take, let's say, those 4 data points, I recognize the one at the starting point is just slightly higher with the adverse winter weather, but if you were to take those sort of 4 data points as a series, they're sort of a fairly consistent decline. And is there a view as to what might have caused that?
I think we spoke a bit about our view in terms of looking at the broader context here, where we have had a declining trend that's been generally in place. And our view is that we've had a short-term variation where we've gone above that established downward trend line. And you see the upward movement in 2016-17, followed by a steeper downward movement in 2018-19 and 20. And so the steeper downward trend in 2018-19 and 20 is to some degree a consequence of the fact that we had an upward trend just before it, and together they're viewed as variation around an established gentler downward trend line. So we see it as a return to the normal level, which is where we're forecasting it to continue.
Okay, thank you. I think that's really my principal question. I think Ms. Elliott had asked the other questions I had about this chart.
Is there any questions from any of the commissioners?
I don't have any questions, but Commissioner Pate-Salmon, Commissioner Magnan, do you have any questions?
I don't have any questions at this point.
I just have a question about the vehicles that we're talking about that have these crash protection features, and that was one of the aspects that was discussed as potentially contributing towards a downward trend. Do we have data on the percentage of the fleet that have those features, and is that data set of proportion of vehicles that are insured a relevant database that could help inform forecasting? So not just relying exclusively on statistics, but also overlaying the proportion of the fleet that has the crash protection. Thank you.
I'll start to answer this. It's Kelly Amers, and if Mr. Loach has anything to add, I can hand it over. But I had a couple of points in response, Mr. Commissioner. First, the change in our vehicle technology, there is an uncertainty as to how much it is contributing to the downward trend in frequency. As these vehicles have more computer-based technology in the vehicles, they could actually become less safe. So there might be some offsetting impacts between too much technology in a vehicle and the crash avoidance. So it's very hard to pull apart the direct impact of the whole fleet and how the advancements in technology is contributing to the trend line. With regards to the data that we have, the easiest way I can answer that is we do have a premium decrease if you have advanced technology in your vehicle. It's for the emergency braking. That was part of the rate design initiatives put in 2019. So we can track the percentage of our fleet that has that technology embedded in it. Beyond that, it would be a bit more complicated. We would have to look into the VIN numbers.
Just in terms of our ability to use that for forecasting, I would just add, it's Mr. Loach on top of what Ms. Amer was saying, and say that is something that I think we have potential to use, but the change in crash frequencies over the course of the COVID-19 pandemic to date would make it very difficult to attribute an effect to those technologies, given a lot of the noise in the data. So it's something that we will perhaps have better value from once we reach a more stable frequency level.
Great. Thanks for responding to my question. And just a follow-up question, is there any research that's happening globally or in Canada or continentally on the attribution of those features to reduced frequency, just as a point of interest for possibly for future consideration? Has any of that sort of research, is it underway? And if there are any conclusions drawn, is it possible to submit that? Thank you.
I would say, broadly speaking, there's a lot of research. It's certainly an area of interest. A lot of it focused on particular features or particular use cases. And it's something that we do try and keep aware of. I'm not sure if there's any specific research that would make sense for us to submit as in the proceedings, as we haven't relied on any for evidence, but we could potentially look up a couple of examples if that's of interest.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Snyder, you have a question? Oh, you're on mute.
Sorry, I see I'm muted here. Yeah, it was more of a comment. I know that there's some interesting data coming out of HILDI, the Highway Loss Data Institute, about the effectiveness of these additional safety equipment that's being and most interestingly, actually, I think that backup cameras have been shown to not decrease frequency because people are not paying attention when they're racking up. They're relying too much on their camera, and just something to look into, I guess.
Great, thank you. Any other questions from the any BCUC staffers, commissioners, or interveners? If not, it's 11 o'clock. I'm wondering if the commissioners, BCUC staff, and interveners are acceptable to a short break.
I think this would be a good time for a break.
How much time does everybody need? Can I suggest 10 minutes? So we'll meet at 11:10 to round it off. Is that acceptable? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
right, the time is 11:10. Welcome back, everyone. Before we move on to the investments overview, I believe there was an earlier question that we said we would take away and provide a response on. So I'll pass it over to Kelly Amers.
Sure, it's Kelly Amers here. Just in response to the number of new policies or new vehicles that are entering in our marketplace. It has fluctuated over the last few years, but roughly it's between 5 and 6.5%. It has been declining over time, though.
Great. So if everybody's okay, I'd like to pass it over to Kevin Rye, our Associate Director of Investments, to do an overview of our investments.
Thank you, Randy, and good morning, everyone. I'm Kevin Rye, R-Y-E. I am the Associate Director of Investment Governance Strategy and Operations here at ICBC. By way of brief background, I have over 30 years within the investment industry, 18 of which have been here at ICBC. And for the last several years, I've been leading the investment team here at ICBC. So in terms of an agenda for my presentation, first we'll kick off with just going through a few key themes that came up through the IRs and that we want to touch on throughout the presentation. We'll start with an overview of the ICBC portfolio and how it's been constructed. And we'll take a look at two of the key components of the investment return that feed directly into the rate calculation, those being our asset mix, and second being BCI's long-term forecast for asset performance. We'll have a brief discussion on the new money rate and the yield on capital available for rate setting, how those two inputs feed into that and the differences between the two. And lastly, we will provide an overview of how ICBC uses leverage within its portfolio and discuss the rationale for including that in the new money rate and the yield on capital for rate setting formulas. So coming out of the IRs and flowing through this presentation, there are four key themes that we wanted to touch on. One, in terms of the portfolio construction, we're talking about how the asset mix is designed to support the payment of claims and to keep rates low and stable. We also want to focus on the long-term nature of our investment horizon and how that assists in maintaining rate stability. Again, we'll talk about the new money rate and the yield on capital available for rate settings as the key investment calculations that feed directly into the actuarially indicated rate change. And again, talk about the specifics of how leverage is used to enhance our returns with only minimal risk being added to the portfolio. So first, an overview of the ICBC portfolio and how it has been constructed. The portfolio, as of March 31st, was in excess of $20 billion. That was the total overall portfolio, both supporting basic and optional. As Ms. Amers indicated, we take in premiums paid for our policyholders and invest those funds to meet future claims obligations and to generate a return to help keep rates low and stable. We've engaged the British Columbia Investment Management Corporation, or BCI, to provide the day-to-day asset management of our portfolio. As you're most likely aware, BCI is a leading provider of investment management services for the BC public sector and is one of the largest asset managers in Canada. Of the factors that determine our investment return, there's two key factors that we focus on, and these are the primary factors that will influence the rate indication. Number one, asset mix, and we'll discuss later on how that really is the key driver of meeting our investment objectives. And secondly, the long-term expected asset class returns, which come from the BCI forecasts. So focusing on asset mix, as I mentioned, asset mix is sort of the key driver of our return. How an investor constructs their portfolio is really the primary determinant if they will meet their investment objectives over time. When selecting an asset mix for ICBC, we take several factors into consideration. Firstly, ICBC's liability profile. So we're looking at the claims both from the old book and the emergence of the new claims that are coming from the enhanced care product. We give consideration to the liquidity needs of the corporation, so how much cash and liquid assets we need to meet our short-term obligations. We look to our own internal risk profile. So how much risk are we prepared to take on in furtherance of meeting those investment needs? And that could be liquidity risk, interest rate risk, volatility, things like that are all factored into designing the portfolio. We ensure that the portfolio is broadly diversified to reduce volatility, and we have BCI conduct regular rebalancing of the portfolio to ensure that we stick to our strategy and don't inadvertently take on unintended risk by deviating from that strategy. In determining a portfolio that is appropriate for ICBC, we work with BCI closely to model several portfolio scenarios to look at a range of possible outcomes, worst case scenarios for each individual asset mix under consideration. We also have BCI conduct specific scenario modeling. So for example, a high inflation scenario to see how an individual portfolio might perform under specific circumstances. So once we've gone through all of those modeling and scenario process, we will land on a portfolio that we deem is the best fit for ICBC. Lastly, you want to point out again, as I say, asset mix is central to our performance. ICBC is a well-respected manager, or sorry, excuse me, BCI is a well-respected manager, but no manager can be expected to consistently provide significant outperformance of the market over a long term. That's why getting the asset mix right is critical. Most managers over time will perform around the mean. So while selection of manager is important, getting the asset mix right is really the key determination of our success in our investment portfolio. So on this slide, we show the current target asset mix weightings for each asset class. What is notable on here is changes that you'll see from previous revenue requirement applications. First, we have split the fixed income component into two subcomponents, namely liquidity and credit. As the name suggests, the liquidity component is there to meet the liquidity needs of ICBC, and the credit component is there to provide enhanced returns within the fixed income asset class. We feel this presentation provides greater granularity for people looking at the portfolio, and really reflects the differing nature that those two components play within the portfolio, rather than just having them all lumped under one fixed income allocation. The other change you'll start to see is the evolution of the portfolio to more illiquid assets or private asset classes, and a reduction in the liquidity portion of our portfolio. And finally, you'll see the explicit inclusion of leverage within the asset mix, and this is something that is new, and we'll talk about a little more as we get into the individual calculations that feed into the rate filing. The strategic asset mix was selected as being supportive of the enhanced care products with the longer duration, longer tail claims. We are still in the process of transitioning to that new asset mix. We expect that this would be a 6 to 7 year process. We're roughly halfway through that transition. The pace of the change takes into account both the mix of liabilities within our books from the old book evolution to the new enhanced care claims, as well as the availability of investment opportunities in these private and illiquid asset classes within the market. While we do want to get to that long-term asset mix, we are cautious that we don't want to overpay for those assets in furtherance of getting there too soon. These assets, don't trade as readily as the public markets, so you want to make sure that you're pacing yourselves appropriately, getting into these asset classes, not taking on concentration risk, or, as I said, overpaying for the assets simply to get there sooner. So why the change from more liquid to less liquid assets? Generally, less liquid assets will provide an opportunity to generate higher returns. They also exhibit lower volatility, particularly real assets like real estate and infrastructure. So those, again, are key determinant factors in why we move towards this asset mix. Now, as we move to these less liquid assets, we are very aware that we need to maintain adequate liquidity within the portfolio to meet the claims needs and our day-to-day operating expenses. So we're regularly monitoring our liquidity position within the portfolio, and we are ensuring that we maintain liquidity within the portfolio even under stress circumstances. So worst case scenarios, that there's sufficient liquidity to meet our immediate and short-term liquidity needs, and we're not putting ourselves at any risk by this change in the asset mix. In general, the new asset classes and the new asset mix are a good fit with the longer tail claims resulting from enhanced care, and also assist with the objective of generating returns to keep premiums low and stable. We had a question during one of the IARs about the pace of the transition. So on this slide, we are just highlighting the changes between the April 2021 Statement of Investment Policy and Procedures, which would have been included in the 2021 RRA, and what we are showing now in the current application. The highlights of these changes, you can see a 2% decrease in the fixed income liquidity, offset by an increase in fixed income credit, and that primarily relates to an increase in private debt. You'll also see a decrease in equity assets with a corresponding 2% increase in real assets, infrastructure, and real estate. And also within the equity assets, you'll see a change from publicly traded assets, in this case our global equity portfolio, to an increase in private equity. So the pace of change is not dramatic, it is slow, but this change really takes into account opportunities that became available in the marketplace over the past year. With the decline in fixed income asset values and equity markets, a number of investors would have found themselves offside on their asset mix. In fact, they would be overweight in their private asset classes. Because we were seeking to gain more of those assets, this provided an opportunity for us. As those investors rebalanced their portfolio, we could take advantage of that and slightly accelerate our transition into this new asset mix. The second major component that impacts the rate indication is that long-term forecast. We use the BCI's 15-year long-term capital market expectations report, as it fits very well with the longer-term expected claims experience under the enhanced care model. And the use of this longer-term horizon also promotes rate stability. When BCI is developing their forecasts, they're taking into account a wide range of factors and information, including views on economic growth, inflation, interest rates, credit ratings, foreign exchange rates, and how each of the individual asset classes might perform under these forecasted scenarios with those inputs. Some of these factors will influence all of the asset classes. For example, interest rate generally would impact all of the asset classes, while others may have either specific asset class impacts or differing impacts on differing asset classes. Easy example, foreign exchange rates are only going to impact non-Canadian dollar denominated investments. Interest rates will have a different impact on infrastructure and real estate as they employ leverage their mortgages on those portfolios. Interest rates will have a different impact on our some of our private debt and mortgage, because those interest rates would be a positive input into those as they're often floating rate. So these forecasts are long-term in nature. They do not move significantly in response to short-term volatility or isolated announcements or short-term expectations. For example, a Bank of Canada forecast for inflation for next year or for growth for next year is not going to materially move a 15-year forecast. It will certainly have an impact in the short term, and we're certainly very aware of those and we don't ignore them. But in terms of our rate indication, we are looking to the long-term horizon as consistent with what would be experienced under the enhanced care model. Again, we don't want short-term market volatility to create that same kind of volatility within our rate setting. We don't want to be whipsawing rates up and down every time there's a change in the markets. So we want to take a longer-term view and effectively use this long-term for some form of smoothing. So having discussed the asset mix and the long-term returns, how do they play into the rate application? So that's through the two formulas, the new money rate and the yield on capital available for rate setting. While they take similar inputs, there are key differences between the two formulas. The new money rate represents the investment yield on as new money rate, new premiums collected during the policy period. The income from these investments is held and paid out as costs are incurred on this policies entered into this period. This is by nature forward-looking. So because of that, we use the target weights within our statement of investment policies and procedures for the weightings of this. We assume that any new dollar of premium coming in would be invested in towards that new asset mix. Secondly, again, we're looking at the longer tail horizon of the enhanced claim model. So we're using the longer term forecasted returns for those asset classes in the calculation of the new money rate. And you'll see here as well, leverage is included in this calculation as it is in the yield on capital for available for rate setting. And we'll talk about leverage in a little more detail in subsequent slides. The yield on capital available for rate setting looks at premiums that we have previously collected and are held for payment of claims. So we're looking at our current portfolio rather than forward-looking. So in this case, rather than using target weights, we're using the actual weights of the asset classes within our portfolio. And in terms of the yield, we are not looking at forward-looking. We are looking at the current yield on the individual assets, with one exception, and that being the equity component. Equity performance is driven by the change in market value, not necessarily by the income yield component. So it would be you wouldn't really be able to calculate a yield on equity without taking into account forward-looking expectations on change in values of that. Again, leverage is included here. So as we've talked about, we formally introduced leverage into the asset mix. Simply put, leverage involves us borrowing money to reinvest at a higher rate to generate enhanced returns. ICBC has adopted a conservative 10% leverage target within its asset mix, so effectively increasing the total assets available for investments by that 10%. The benefit of leverage is that it's expected to increase returns as the returns on these new invested assets will exceed the cost of employing that leverage. We use our high-quality Government of Canada bonds as collateral for our borrowing to keep the cost of borrowing as low as possible. A secondary benefit of leverage is that it can also be used to increase liquidity as an alternative to selling assets that we may otherwise choose to retain. Again, it's not the primary reason we would employ leverage, but it does give us some options in the case where we did need to raise liquidity in the short term. ICBC's use of leverage consists of short-term borrowing, so this naturally introduces some short-term volatility in the form of interest rate risk into the process. Now, this is mitigated by the fact that the returns generated are higher than the cost. And as I mentioned earlier, some of our assets perform particularly well when interest rates increase. Again, private debt is largely floating rate, so we will have an increase in returns in that. A number of our mortgages in the mortgage portfolio are also floating rate, so again, we'll get additional return. That helps mitigate any interest rate risk that is put in place by leverage. Another mitigant to that is that our borrowing is staggered, so it doesn't all mature at the same time. So the impact of changes in interest rate don't hit us all at once. That allows us to evaluate if the cost of leverage becomes too high, we can scale back the amount of borrowing we do. Again, we're not locked in for a long period of time. We can readjust our leverage profile if we deem that appropriate. So with the ICBC formally recognizing leverage in its statement of investment policies and procedures as part of the asset mix, it would be appropriate to have that reflected within the new money rate and the yield on capital available for rate settings. We want to reflect as accurately as possible investment performance within our rate indication. The proposed changes to the two formulas capture both the increase in assets available for investment as well as the cost of leverage. And on the next slide, we'll provide an example of how that works. So in this slide, we've selected the new money rate for the first 12-month period of the policy period in the application. Looking at the first circle there, you can see the total assets available is 110%. So that reflects the additional amount of assets available for investments by virtue of the borrowing that we've done on the portfolio. In this example, the gross return is increased by 0.51% before we factor in the cost of leverage. So the circle on the right reflects the cost of using leverage. So in this case, it's a negative input to the formula. It's negative 0.24%. So the net result of that is that the new money rate return is 0.27% higher by using leverage than it would be otherwise without leverage. On this slide, we just show the impact of the introduction of leverage in the formulas in both cases. So in the new money rate, as we just showed on the previous example, in the first policy year, the net change is positive 0.27%, increasing from 5.39% without leverage to 5.66% with leverage. In the second year, the impact is similar and a positive 0.29%. In the yield on capital for available for rate setting formula, in the first year, the impact increases the return from 4.77% without leverage to 5.04% with a net change positive 0.27%. And in the second year, the increase attributed to leverage is 0.34%. So in summary, the ICBC portfolio is designed to not only meet our claims needs, but to generate a return to help keep rates low and stable. The key driver of all of that is how we select our asset mix. And, we take a lot of time and care to make sure that we have an asset mix that is appropriate for ICBC in terms of taking on, appropriate levels of risk and making sure that we are able to meet our needs. The portfolio continues to transition to the long-term strategic asset mix that will be supporting the enhanced care model. And we're doing that by increasing the less liquid assets in an effort to generate increased returns and reduce the volatility within our portfolio, all the while ensuring that we have sufficient liquidity to withstand short-term volatility and meet any volatility in that may come out of the legal-based claims that are remaining as well. The long-term focus of the portfolio, again, is appropriate, and it takes into account the long-term nature of the enhanced care claims. And this long-term nature assists in maintaining rate stability. Finally, the conservative use of leverage within a portfolio can enhance returns without a material increase in risk. So with that, I will take some questions.
Great. I think Ms. Street has a question.
Sure. Hi, my name is Miriam Street, S-T-R-E-A-T. I'm BCUC staff. I was curious if we could go back to slide 37, which I believe had the target weights for the asset mix. Is it possible for ICBC to undertake to provide this table for the previous 5 years to show the target weights of the assets?
Yep, absolutely. We can prepare that and pass that along.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then a follow-up question. I wanted to confirm leverage has not been used in ICBC's portfolio before, correct?
No, that is not correct. ICBC has used leverage generally, but we have treated it as operational leverage as a means of funding the monthly payment plan. So it was recorded as a cost rather than formally impacted into the asset mix and performance.
Okay. So it was used in the same way then that you would purchase additional assets as you're doing now?
The mechanism for employing leverage was indeed the same. It was recorded differently as against our payment plan as opposed to recorded against investment performance.
Okay, and then what's the I guess the reasoning for changing this?
We wanted to delink it from the payment plan receivables. We didn't want to be strictly tied to the amount of leverage we use based on our client's choice to use the payment plan or not. We wanted to manage the leverage at an appropriate level, the 10% within the portfolio, and rather than having a direct linkage to the payment plan process.
Okay, so was 10% the percentage used previously as well, or is this an increase or decrease?
It was approximately 10% before, so it's not a significant change. It varied slightly year to year depending on the penetration of payment plan, but it was generally around the 10% range.
Okay, and then with the leverage, which assets have you changed the types of assets that you purchase with the borrowings, or are you keeping it the same? And which assets are you tending to focus on?
So the assets being purchased evolve as the transition schedule goes. So we are focusing more on the illiquid and higher return generating assets. If we were to simply put it all into Government of Canada bonds, there would be no benefit to leverage. We would only be incurring a cost and not achieving any benefit. So it is diversified across the asset mix with a slight tilt towards the enhanced yield asset class.
Okay, so then does ICBC envision itself increasing or decreasing this 10% based on how the returns go over the time period?
At this point, we have no plans to change that. The 10% is sort of a comfortable target within our risk tolerance. So it depends on what study you look at, but there's a point when leverage ceases to be a benefit. Now we're a long way from that. I think that tends to be somewhere in the 30% range when the risk starts to outweigh the reward. But this is a conservative and comfortable amount for us that we are happy to continue employing, and no immediate plans to make any changes to that.
Okay, so then just to elaborate on what you said about the 30% is when risks outweigh the benefits. So at this point, because you've mentioned that leverage enhances returns with minimal risk, but arguably returns will increase with the subtracting off the cost of borrowing. But if an asset class loses, wouldn't you have additional losses plus the subtraction of the cost of borrowing? So please explain why you consider 10% a conservative value for this, because it seems that it may enhance returns, but it may also enhance losses.
So that's correct, that the leverage does add a layer of volatility, both positive and negative, into a portfolio. Again, and that volatility tends to be short term. So again, we are looking on a longer term horizon. So over that longer term horizon, the net impact is expected to be positive, though there will be volatility in the shorter term. That volatility is why we keep the leverage low, so that the level of volatility does not outpace the performance of the portfolio as a whole, as it is only a small portion of the overall portfolio.
Okay. And then just to confirm, does BCI use leverage with other clients, or is it just with ICBC that they are managing?
They use it with a number of their clients. Off the top of my head, I believe clients representing approximately 80% of their assets under administration use leverage within their portfolios. So there are some that don't, but the majority of assets under their administration are benefiting from leverage, as we are.
Okay. And so then how did ICBC come to determine that as a Crown Corporation that leverage was appropriate for it in its overall asset mix?
So that came through the modeling that we did when we selected our asset mix. So we modeled the various portfolios with and without leverage, and our staff, and the board looked at those scenarios in the modeling to determine what level of leverage they were comfortable with and what level of risk they were taking on, and weighed that against the benefits of adding leverage. And in most of the scenarios that were considered, leverage was shown to have a positive benefit. And at that particular 10% leverage level is where we were all comfortable with our risk profile.
Okay. And so then just to confirm, because you've requested as part of the approval for this application, leverage to be included in the new money rate and the capital available for rate setting. Is it just for the 2023 policy year, or do you expect that leverage will be included going forward for these formulas?
We would anticipate that this should be a permanent inclusion in the formulas to the extent that we use leverage at any point in time.
Okay. Okay, I think that's it for my questions.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Quayle, you have a question.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. First of all, what economic conditions exacerbate the risks of leverage?
A couple of things that would be, high interest rates, of course, increase the cost of leverage. Something like a liquidity crisis, like the global financial crisis, where then your collateral becomes less tradable, and availability of debt becomes constrained. So you would be, in that case, forced to repay your leverage, perhaps not as you had intended. So that would create a bit of a liquidity risk. But but it is a mitigant to that. We do monitor our liquidity very carefully, and we look at those stress scenarios that we, in the case that there something like a global financial crisis, the liquidity constraints were there. We're still comfortable that we have the liquidity to could beat that, so it would not, create a problem for us to deal with that type of scenario.
Yeah, there's been some shakiness, we say, in the global banking sector, and nobody knows whether there's more shoes to drop. Does that cause you concerns?
To the extent that it's been contained at this point in terms of U.S. regional banks, we have very, very minimal exposure to that, only through BCI's index funds. What we've seen in Europe tends to be isolated to Credit Suisse, which had its own specific issues. The other banking sectors so far look fine. We're cognizant of the potential for contagion, but it appears at this point not to be an issue that's going to impact us. Certainly, the Canadian banking sector is quite strong and very different from the U.S. and global banking sector. So it's not likely to have a major impact in and of itself unless there is a broader contagion across the global equity markets as opposed to isolated within the sector.
Yeah, I just happen to be reading a rather interesting book by Kenneth Rogoff called "This Time is Different" that I commend. Anyway, the other question is, if you could just flip back a couple of slides from where we ended up now to the one dealing with the impact of leverage. Just have a question relating to that.
Is that the example?
Yeah, it's the chart that had the percentage impacts of leverage. It's the next, yeah, no, it's the next.
Yes,
that one there.
okay.
Yeah, are you able to at least ballpark in dollars what those percentage changes? That is the columns on the right, what that represents. Like, what's the actual, in real terms, the actual impact of this on the capital situation?
Within the new money rate, over the 2-year policy period, that impact is approximately $52 million positive within the new money rate. So again, that has a small 0.8 positive impact on the rate indication. So again, it doesn't impact the requested rate.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Mr. McCandless, you have a question?
Yes, thank you. Going back to the question about, there was a couple of statements you made. How does the movement to a less liquid asset decrease volatility of the portfolio?
So generally, private assets, since they're not traded in the public market, don't have the wild changes in asset value. They're less likely impacted by market sentiment, and they're more their values are derived by either appraisal or formulaic calculation of their values, so you don't get that swing based on sentiment. That's not to say that they don't have volatility, it's just muted compared to the public markets.
So an example would be a mortgage?
Yeah, mortgages, I think the better example, of course, would be real estate, infrastructure, private equity, because mortgages do have some volatility based on interest rates. But again, there's no sentiment in that. It is a calculation. It's a discount rate calculation based on current market interest rates. So to the extent that there's market volatility on interest rates, mortgages are impacted. But again, there's not the sentiment that hits the stock market or the bond market.
Right. Okay. And my second question has to do with, you said this is not new. ICBC has been using this in the past, but recorded against the payment plan. Presumably, this is where people are paying their premiums over a period of time rather than a lump sum. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
So how is it recorded against the premium plan? You're making some money on this, otherwise you wouldn't do it. So you used to do it against the payment plan. Where was the money, the profit, recorded?
So the investment return was still there, but what was not recorded in investment income was the cost of the payment plan. So it was picked up as a general expense. So there was a mismatch in terms of how it was reported.
So
I think this is more accurate way to report the two components.
So the borrowing cost was against general expense, and the return or the profit was recorded where? Investment return?
It was in the investment return. So it was embedded in the investment returns.
So in theory, if you now match them up, wouldn't your, by netting it out, wouldn't you have a lower number in the investment return?
I have to take that away a little bit. How exactly it was captured in terms of the
like if your borrowing cost was 5 and your return was 10.
Yeah.
Okay, I got it.
Yeah, I'd have to go back and look exactly how it was recorded in the investment income previously. But as I said, I think this methodology is more appropriate in terms of transparency and aligning the use of leverage within our application.
Well, I agree with that statement. So it was somewhere in the, I guess, the admin cost of ICBC was, okay, that's it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Mr. Chung, you have a question?
Hi, this is Leon Chung, BCUC staff, CHEUNG. Mr. Rai, I'd like to get some clarification on the new money rate formula, and if we can flip back to that slide, that'll be helpful.
Yes.
Yeah, this one. Yeah. Mr. Rai, can you? Is my understanding correct that the new money rate formula is to estimate ICBC's return on its portfolio?
It's to estimate the return on new money that comes in during the policy year. So it's a segment of the portfolio where new money is coming in, as opposed to what we have in the portfolio from previous years.
Okay, thank you. And I'm wondering, in row E, where it says portfolio leverage cost, can you clarify why it's a leverage cost instead of a leverage return?
The return is embedded in the individual asset classes above. So in lines A through D, the increase in the weightings of those asset classes where the positive impact is, we subtract the cost of leverage in line E. So that's a negative input in the formula, as we showed on the next slide in the example.
Okay, and would that explanation be the same for the yield on capital available in that formula?
Yes, it's the same methodology in both formulas, yeah.
Okay, perfect, thank you. And with respect to the forecast column, where it says BCI 15-year total return forecast for Canadian money market assets under the leverage row, I think I heard from you that for the leverage asset class, ICBC is investing in high yield investments. Can you explain why the Canadian money market assets return is the appropriate forecast rather than some other forecast?
Yeah, so this we're using that as a proxy for the cost, not for the positive return. So because we are borrowing short term, we are using a short term proxy, which is the money market, and we are also using high quality Government of Canada bonds as collateral. This, in consultation with BCI, was deemed to be the best long-term proxy for estimating the cost of leverage over that 15-year period.
Okay, thank you. And my last question is a general one. With ICBC's introduction of introducing leverage in the portfolio, how would you measure success in the future in terms of whether this should be a 10%, 5%, or 15%? Is there a benchmark that ICBC or BCI will be using to assess this?
We will monitor this over time, because this is, as you say, new to us. We tend to be conservative in nature. I know some of BCI's clients have upped their leverage usage. up to 20%. But then those are pension fund clients with an even longer horizon in terms of their investments. So, we're very cognizant of the volatility that this introduces. So we will continue to monitor it, but there's no trigger that would say, yes, we're going to move to a higher or lower number other than the cost being too prohibitive to keeping leverage in the portfolios.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
So I'll pause there. Any more questions from interveners, BCUC staff, or the commissioners? Oh, I see a question from Ms. Street.
Hello, it's Miriam Street, STREAT, BCUC staff. Just one final question I wanted to confirm. So including leverage in the two formulas, how does ICBC expect this to impact basic insurance rates in future years? I'm assuming you are expecting that this will lower the rate that the customer has to pay?
The positive impact on the new money rate feeds directly into the rate indication. So to the extent that there's a positive impact, it will have a small but positive impact on rates. So keeping rates lower.
Thank you.
Mr. McCandless.
Thank you. Sorry, I should have asked this before, and I think I know the answer, but could you please confirm? When you produce the year-end or the quarterly reports, and in the assets and liabilities section under assets, there's the assets available for investment purposes. Is the 10% in that number, or does that number exclude the 10%? Because I would assume if you've gone out and bought some stuff with borrowed money, it's part of your assets.
Yes, any of the assets we have within the investment portfolio are recorded within the financial statements.
So in theory, then the assets are inflated in theory, by 10%, and the borrowing costs are sitting in a liability account somewhere?
Now they're being netted against investment performance, right?
Performance, yes, but not, I'm talking about the assets, the value of the assets.
Well, we still own the collateral that we are pledging. So borrowing itself is not, we're not subtracting any assets from our portfolio. Yeah,
I understand that, but you're acquiring new assets.
Right. So the total number of the total value of the assets on the statements is 110% of what it would be absent the use of leverage. I mean, there's no recognition of what it would have been without leverage. There's only what there is.
Thank you. You answered my question. Thank you.
Did the commissioners have any questions?
Nothing from me, thank you.
And I have no questions either.
And nothing from me either. Thank you, Mr. Rye.
Thank you.
We're at close to 12. I'd like to propose to the commissioners, the BCC staff, and the interveners if we could break for lunch. Would it be acceptable for us to reconvene at 1 o'clock?
That's fine, thank you.
All right, thank you. We can convene at 1 o'clock then. Everyone, it's 1 o'clock to continue the meeting, if that's okay with everyone. So prior to the lunch break, I think there's a question on leverage from Mr. McCandless. I'd like to maybe have Kevin provide some additional details that we were able to collect over the break. Kevin, if you want to talk about the leverage item.
Yeah, certainly. So just want to bring a point of clarification, if I may. During the question, I talked about the mismatch between where the income and expense was recorded relating to leverage. My comments were related to the rate application where they are recorded differently, but I want to just clarify that in case the question was regarding our financial statements, they are not mismatched on the financial statements, that the cost of leverage is netted against investment income on the financial statement. So a point of clarification there. Secondly, into Mr. McCandless' question regarding the increase of assets and where they show up on the balance sheet, just want to further clarify that while the increase in assets, it's the gross assets that show up on our balance sheet, there is a liability recorded that relates to liability as well. So again, it's the total picture is there. There's nothing missing from the picture. So if that helps to clarify the questions, hopefully. If there's no further questions on that matter, I can turn it over to my colleague, Mr. Tamber.
Just one note, though, we don't have we can't see your boardroom. And it also means that even though we know you're Kevin, we're not sure if it's Kevin Rye. So just a reminder to please state your name when you're speaking, please. That really helps the transcription.
Certainly. Yep, my apologies.
Okay, and now we can see the boardroom. Thanks.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Harpreet Tamber, Tamber, and I'm currently the Corporate Controller and Interim Chief Financial Officer here at ICBC. I have over 15 years of accounting and finance experience in progressively senior leadership roles in rate-regulated and non-rate regulated entities. I lead a team that does the financial accounting, reporting, forecasting, and budgeting for the corporation. I'm a chartered professional accountant and a chartered financial analyst. I'll be providing the operating expenses overview today. Some of the key themes, this is just the agenda for the operating expense presentation. So I'll highlight some of the key messages and themes related to operating expenses that we saw in the first round of IRs. Then talk about some of the specifics around controllable costs, which include our compensation and non-compensation expenses, and speak on some of the cost drivers related to FTEs, professional, admin, and project and depreciation expenses. And then we'll finish the discussion with non-controllable costs, more specifically pension and post-retirement benefits. So in general, some of the key themes and messages from the operating expense chapter were as follows. Overall, the operating expenses have a limited impact on the rate indication. However, we realize the importance of ensuring that we are keeping our operating expenses as low as possible. At the same time, we need to ensure that we're adequately staffing to ensure employee and customer experience and investing in technology and projects to help run our business and support our ICBC 2025 strategy. As you'll see in the next slide in controllable operating expenses, net compensation is the largest expense that we have. Increases in the forecast here are being largely driven by forecasted increases that are in line with the recent BCGEU tentative agreements, mostly driven by inflation. The pension and post-retirement benefit expense volatility is primarily driven by market-based discount rates that are mainly factors beyond ICBC's direct control. So this slide shows the overall corporate operating expenses over 6 years. 3 years of actuals on the far left, and then we have the current year outlook, and then 3 years of forecast on the right. ICBC's total corporate operating expenses are all costs to run ICBC's insurance and non-insurance business. This includes claims payments, broker commissions, and premium taxes. The total corporate operating expenses are allocated between basic insurance, non-insurance, and optional insurance using the BCUC approved financial allocation methodology. The basic portion of the forecasts are used as the basis to derive the claims servicing costs and other expenses associated with policy year 2023 in the rate indication. As you can see from the slide, the total corporate operating expenses are expected to increase on average by approximately 2.6% annually between 2019-20 through to the forecast years of 25-26. ICBC defines operating expenses as either controllable or non-controllable. Controllable operating expenses are expected to grow on average by 3.7% over the 6 years. And this includes such things as compensation, professional expenses, admin expenses, and project expenses. As I stated earlier, the non-controllable operating expenses are driven by factors that are mainly beyond ICBC's control, and this includes mostly pension and post-retirement benefit expenses. Over the next few slides, I will highlight some of the more material and larger changes in the areas denoted by the numbers here. Approximately 2/3 of ICBC's controllable operating expenses are comprised of compensation and benefits related to FTEs. In 2021, the compensation costs were consistent with 2019-20. Any increases in salary due to collective agreements in those years were offset with lower FTEs. FTE requirements were mostly lower in those years due to lower claims volumes because of the COVID-19 pandemic. ICBC resumed recruitment in 21-22 and into 22-23 to fill vacancies to support partial recovery of claims volumes from the pandemic and support the transition to enhanced care. While also we were working to maintain adequate service levels in contact centers and driver licensing offices as volumes returned to pre-pandemic levels. In the forecast years, though we are expecting for FTEs to decline, the compensation associated with FTEs is expected to increase. The main contributor to the increases in compensation are being driven by inflation and assumptions made around salary increases based on the recent BCG-EU tentative agreement. Other less material factors for changes in compensation costs are length of service increases, merit increases, and employee benefit costs, which consist of extended health, dental, basic life insurance, and long-term disability. Approximately 55% of ICBC's total FTEs are claim staff involved with processing and settlement of claims. The claims area is divided into two distinct divisions, the claims injury and legal services area and the claims customer and material damages area. These two encompass all claims related functions and staff. The claims injury and legal services division includes both legal-based, tort, and enhanced care books of business. The increase in FTEs in 21-22 and into 22-23 is viewed as temporary as ICBC manages injury claims that fall under the different insurance models. FTEs are expected to gradually reduce as injury claims that occurred prior to the implementation of enhanced care continue to settle. This reduction in FTEs is expected to be met voluntarily through staff attrition, so resignations and retirements. In terms of claims customer and material damage, the FTE dip that we saw in 2021 and 21-22 was mostly due to delayed hiring in response to lower claims volumes that we saw as a result of COVID-19. And then later we did experience recruitment challenges and higher attrition as a result of the tight labor market as the markets began to open up. Staffing in claims customer and material damage is increasing and required to maintain adequate service levels in contact centers and estimators to manage increasing volume as traffic volume has returned to levels that existed prior to the pandemic. And I'll just add that any legal challenges, such as the Evidence Act, any decisions related to legal challenges such as the Evidence Act will have no impact, we feel, on our staffing for claims. terms of professional admin and other expenses, these include costs related to building operating expenses, professional service contracts, computer costs, and staff-related training costs. You can see that in 22-23, these are expected to be back to pre-pandemic levels after the 2 years of the pandemic. In the forecast years, we are expecting an increase in these costs, mainly driven by inflation, some contractual commitments, and higher training costs related to enhanced care. Building operating expenses are expected to increase primarily due to inflation and higher property values. Software and professional service contracts tied to inflation and contractual commitments are also contributing to increase in costs. Higher training costs for staff related to the steep learning curve for new enhanced care employees are also contributing to a smaller respect. Project and depreciation expenses. Project costs are made up of planned critical sustainment projects, annual renewal, and maintenance and other project expenses to support ICBC's 2025 strategy. Some of this work was delayed or deferred in the early years of 2019, 2021, due to the work on large projects, large transformational projects such as enhanced care, where a lot of resources and capacity were taken up by work on these larger projects. So there was less resources and capacity to concentrate on corporate initiatives. Now that's changing as we kind of progress into the forecast years, and that's why you're seeing an increase in project costs, because now we're doing more sustainment work and concentrating on some of those corporate initiatives that we didn't have resources to work on. In terms of pension and post-retirement benefit expenses, as I stated earlier, these are non-controllable costs. They're driven by factors that are mainly beyond ICBC's direct control. The forecast pension and post-retirement benefit expense is determined by ICBC's external pension actuary, Aon, at the beginning of each fiscal year, based on the assumptions and financial position at the prior year's end. Pension and post-retirement benefit expense is subject to volatility resulting from changes in market-based discount rates. These are based on long-term, high-grade corporate bond rates for pension liabilities. As the pension and post-retirement benefit expense is based on a number of long-term assumptions at a point in time, the expense is held constant for the 24-25 and 25-26 forecasts. The second table shows the discount rate used and the impact of a 1% change in discount rate on the pension and post-retirement benefit expense. A higher discount rate will reduce the pension and post-retirement benefit expense, and that is what we've seen in recent years, which has contributed to lower pension expense. So, in summary, though operating expenses only play a small portion of the indicated rate change, ICBC strictly monitors and strives to keep its operating expenses as low as possible. Increases in controllable operating expenses were mainly due to general salary increases for the recent BCGEU tentative collective agreement and higher project expenses to support ICBC's 2025 corporate strategy. Changes in pension and post-retirement benefit expense reflect changes in the market-based discount rate, as I included. That will open it up for some Q&A.
I see Mr. McCandless has a question.
Yeah, thank you. Just on the discount rate for pensions, if I heard you correctly, the discount rate for the current year is going to be used for the next 2 years, or is it, how does that work? You're saying they're going to hold it constant for the longer term forecast, or am I getting this mixed up? Held constant between 23-24 and 24-25, is that correct?
It's constant in the rate indication, but then we get a report from Aon 3 times a year. So that will be updated when we get the next report. So at the time of the rate indication, we don't attempt to forecast the movement of the discount rate. So at the time the rate indication was completed, this was our best estimate. And so in order to avoid making a guess on which way the discount rate is going to go, we hold it constant till we receive an update from Aon.
So you're holding it constant at the last update you got from Aon, is that correct?
Correct.
And is that also the case? I presume that's also the case for the discount rate for the unpaid claims?
No, that is based on a different discount
I'm
rate.
sorry, yes. But you're holding the discount rate constant for unpaid claims as well?
That we update on a quarterly basis.
But the rate request has it held constant?
Yes, in the rate indication, it would be at a point in time.
So even though we're only talking about 2 years, why couldn't you use forecasts coming out of BCI to estimate the discount rate?
Are you speaking specifically on the pension discount rate?
Actually, I was thinking more of the unpaid claims.
I just have to caucus with my team here, and we'll be able to answer that. Hello, Mr. McCandless?
Yes.
Yes. So I just want to clarify. So speaking on 2 different things. The financial forecast, we update the discount rate, the claims liability on a quarterly basis. For the rate indication, that is based on BCI's new money rate, and that's the long-term 15-year.
Okay, thank you. I don't have it in front of me. I was just remembering IR that said it was held constant for the 2 fiscal years in the forecast. But that's okay. I can pass on that. Don't want to hold everyone up.
Thank you.
Mr. McCandless, did you have another question or no?
No, thank you.
I don't see any other raised hands. Any other questions from any of the BCUC staffers, from the commissioners?
No questions from me.
I don't have any questions. Thank you, Mr. Tambur.
Nor do I. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, then, if possible, I'd like to request a 10-minute break so we can bring in our presenters for the next topic, which is fraud and then survey methodology. So if possible, I'd like us to reconvene at 1:30 if that's possible.
That sounds fine. Thank you. 1:30. Darty.
All right, thank you. It's 1:30. Welcome back, everybody. I want to make sure that everybody's able to see the presentation and also the boardroom.
Can't see the boardroom.
Can't see the boardroom. All right, let me try again.
And it looks like we're on slide 59 of the presentation. Oh, now we can see the boardroom.
So per the request of BCUC, we brought in some experts to talk about our counter fraud program. So I'll briefly introduce Kelly Munn and Peter Penyak and let them continue on and conduct their presentation.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for having me. My name's Kelly Munn, last name M-U-N-N. I'm the Senior Manager of the Claim Fraud Strategy and the SIU. I've been with ICBC for almost 34 years. The majority of my career was in claims operations and the legal-based claims. And about a few years ago, I set up our claims fraud program. And very recently, I took over our SIU. I'm happy to be here today to provide you additional information on our filing as it relates to fraud. I just want to make sure that my slides. So I've got three sort of key themes that I'm going to talk about today as it relates to fraud. I'm going to talk about our, the structure that we have in place to manage fraud that has been in place for many, many years, and how we've applied our program to the new enhanced accident benefits under enhanced care. I'm going to talk about some of the work that we did as far as the implementation to support enhanced accident benefits initiatives to make sure that we're mitigating fraud risks. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about the data, what we're looking to collect, the type of data that we need, how much time we may need to collect the data, and just give a bit more information on that as per your request. Next slide. So again, as far as our counter fraud program, as I said earlier, we have a very well-established structure in place. I've been here, like I said, almost 34 years. We've had an SIU team for all of the years that I've been here. We've got dedicated claims handlers in place to manage claims that are identified with a risk of fraud. So I've talked about this before in some of the filings. We've got our hit and run team, we've got total theft and fire, we've got a coverage unit, and we also, in our legal-based claims, had an investigative claims team. So we had dedicated claims handlers, claims adjusters, now called claims specialists, who would manage claims with a risk of fraud. And they would work with our SIU to investigate them. So what we did for enhanced care is we set up an investigative team separate from our tort book of business to manage those claims that have an identified risk of fraud. We've got a fraud analytics tool. We used to have Net Reveal, which I'm sure you're probably familiar with in previous filings, talking about our Net Reveal product, that we did not renew the contract recently, and we developed something internally with our strategic analytics team. We had Net Reveal from, it was implemented in 2017 and was replaced 4 months ago with the internal fraud analytics model. What that tool does is it takes our claim data and our policy data, and it runs algorithms to identify claims with the risk of fraud. And then our SIU team reviews those and then engages with claims to inform them of claims that they may want to investigate further due to potential fraud risks. And we do that for our injury claims and our material damage claims. As I said, we've got an SIU, a special investigation unit that I recently took over leading. We've got a cyber team that does online searches, so social media, anything that's available to the publicly available that we can research. We've got our detection team that uses our fraud analytics model to help claims identify fraud risks. We have field investigators, which are officers that have constable status, and they're sort of the boots on the ground that are going out and investigating potential fraud. We continue to investigate legal-based claims, tort, accident benefits, material damage claims, and enhanced accident benefit claims that have a risk of fraud. The other thing that we have that most insurance companies that I've talked to don't have is we actually have a team of advisors that are on my team. They're business process advisors, and their responsibility is to design, develop, implement, sustain all fraud programs, anything to do with our fraud program. So that could be training, procedures, technology. It could be doing assessments on large projects like enhanced care. Before we implemented it, we looked at every benefit that we have coming. We used our risk matrix to identify where's the risk, where's the gap in our current model with the legal based, the changes in legislation and regulations. We looked at all of that. That's some of the work that the advisors do. They implemented web forms for online tips. There's a lot of work that this team does to identify opportunities for continuous improvement in how we manage fraud. So I feel very lucky, and we are very lucky to have this small but mighty team really working closely with the SIU, with our claims operation, and with our vendor governance team, our strategic analytics team, really a lot of different areas of the business to try and help us make improvements on how we manage fraud. So that's sort of the structure that we have had in place, and then we adapted it to enhanced care. Next slide. Oops, sorry. Again, so as far as our counter fraud measures for enhanced accident benefits, I highlighted a little bit on the previous slide on this. So some of the work that we did prior to implementation of enhanced care was we looked at what are the changes, what are all the benefits, and if memory serves me, I think we have 35 sort of separate benefits under enhanced accident benefits. We have changes in legislation, we have changes in our regulations, we have increased limits to the benefits, we have changes for how we can administer the benefits, and I can certainly give some examples of that. So we really looked at where the risk was and what did we need to do to ensure that our new recovery specialists, new to role, understand how to identify risks and what to do when they do identify the risks. How do they investigate the claims? What resources are there for them to support their investigations? So once we did all of that, which was a lot of work, we developed the policies, the procedures, processes, and then we developed the training, and all of the recovery specialists and their managers received training, shortly after May 2021. And really it was to bring awareness. We hired a lot of people with disability management backgrounds. We hired people externally. So just to give them an awareness of this is what claims fraud looks like. This is what fraud will look like in enhanced accident benefits. Here's how you can identify fraud risks. And again, here's what we expect you to do. So once we did all of that work, we set up a working group comprised of my claims fraud programs team, SIU, and claims operations, and we met once a week, every week for probably a year, I would say, maybe longer, and then we spread it out to every 2 weeks, and now we meet once a month. And really it was part of our process confirmation, sustainment. What are you seeing? Where are the concerns? Where is there perhaps a lack of understanding? Because again, enhanced accident benefits was new for everybody. Lots of different legislation and regulations for the different benefits. And from a fraud perspective, what could we do? Claims fraud programs, what could we do to ensure that the teams have the tools they need? So out of that, we identified that we needed to make changes to our procedures that were a little more, I would say, descriptive and prescriptive. So originally they were probably a little more high level, and really they wanted if you see this, so here's the fraud scenario that you might see, here's the indicators of the risk, this is what's going to tell you there's a risk, and here's actually what we want you to do. Here's what we're recommending that you go and do. And then we updated our training with real life case scenarios, case studies, where we asked the specialists and the managers to actually work on a case study and work through it so we could really challenge, do you understand? Because it's, in classroom training, it can be challenging to know if people take it away and actually can put it to practice. We've had a lot of really good feedback from the teams on the new training modules. They've all been trained again. We also developed, we call it a fraud watch. It's a newsletter that my team works with. My claims fraud programs team works with SIU to use real life examples without using anybody's names, but just claim examples where we can highlight what did the claim specialist do to identify the fraud, what did SIU do to investigate the fraud, and what was the outcome. So it's really about building awareness. We've done a lot of communications through our huddles. All of our teams huddle every week, and our other sort of monthly and quarterly newsletters, just really, again, to bring awareness through a fairly significant amount of change for these folks. So that's kind of all the work that we did when we think about how did we shift from a legal-based to enhanced care. We still investigate legal-based claims, but we really needed to have two separate, really, programs for the different types of business. Okay, next slide. So as far as our counter fraud savings and the resources that we need, and really how do we know if what we're doing is effective, we look at a few different things as far as how do we know that our initiatives are effective. We look at how many claims do we investigate. We look at what percentage of fraud we found. So are we getting the right claims? I think in the past, sometimes our fraud found rate was lower than perhaps what we would have liked. Now I think it's higher than industry standard, so that's good. We know we're getting the right files. So the work that we've done with the claim staff, that reflects when we get the right files to the SIU and we can actually find fraud. And then we also look at, so the percentage of fraud found, but then also what are the savings? Also what is the recidivism rate? And I didn't know what that meant up until a few years ago. So for those of you that don't know, it means when somebody has done, usually for criminals, when somebody has done something bad, how often do they come back and do it again? So if we investigate someone for fraud, do they come back and continue to make fraudulent claims? So what we're trying to do now is we need to collect enough data to really understand, but for the fraud, and this is always hard, it's challenging, but for the fraud, what would we have paid? Now, in our legal-based system, we had a lot of information, we had a lot of data where we could say, okay, well, when you investigate a claim, you save this much money. We knew the extent of the injuries, we knew how long the claims would stay open, we knew what our average severity was, we knew the types of benefits and treatments. We don't have enough of that data right now, so that's what we're really trying to be honest with you, is to wait for until we know, well, how long is the average income replacement benefit claim going to be? If we find fraud early days, how much treatment would we have paid for? Would someone have gone back to work in 3 months, 6 months, 10 months? So really, that's the type of data that we need in order to be able to estimate the actual savings part of enhanced accident benefits. And then once we have that, then we're going to look at what sort of methodologies do we want to use. Currently, we use what's called a nearest neighbor methodology. So we look at if we have 2 claims and one we investigate and find fraud and one we investigate and don't find fraud with similar characteristics, what would we pay and what is the savings? Well, you need a lot of data. You need a lot of investigative data and claim data to be able to come up with those averages. So we are looking at investigating other opportunities to measure the savings. Other insurers like MPI and SGI look at, what have we paid, what have we reserved, and we have individual individual assessments on the actual claim. And we have done that in the past at ICBC. We used to ask our SIU officers to estimate what they think they saved. One of the methodologies we could use is having claims handlers do that, because I would say it's unbiased. It's not asking someone the value that they had in the claim. It's somebody else investigated for you. What do you think you saved? But again, until we can provide them with some information to say, okay, this claim is 3 months old and the person's on IRB, on average, we know that they would collect those benefits for 6 months, you can likely estimate that you've saved this much. Or once we have enough data to be able to say, here's what an average claim costs under these heads of damage, here's what the average reserve is, which is what MPI does. You can look at it and say, this is what we had reserved on this date, so this is what we've saved. There's a few different methodologies that we can use, but until we have the data and know that we have credibility in the data and we can actually rely on it to have an accurate estimate, and at the end of the day, it is always an estimate. What would you have paid if you hadn't have found the fraud? As far as resources that we need, so we're going to work with, and we're working with them now, our strategic analytics team, our operational analytics team, our actuarial department, my claims fraud strategy and SIU team, really are going to need to work together to monitor the data and then come up with what is the most efficient and effective way to estimate savings on fraud. I think that's okay. So happy to answer any questions you have. I know that was a lot of information. I probably went through it really quickly.
I just want to thank you for pulling that together on short notice.
You're welcome.
Mr. McCandless, you have a question?
Yes, thank you. And thank you for your 34 years service. My question is probably speculative. And you've mentioned many times it's too early to call out anything on enhanced care no fault, but maybe when you're talking with Manitoba, in your experience, do you sense that the propensity to fraud will decline with enhanced care versus full tort?
So what I would say to that is I think that fraud will change, and it has changed. So for example, we're not seeing this, and we didn't see it through RAP either, through the Rate Affordability Action Plan. We're not going to see as much of an incentive and opportunity to exaggerate an injury claim. What I mean by that is in our legal-based system, you may not be off work and you may not go for treatment, but you may be exaggerating your claim and you may still get a large settlement. With the enhanced accident benefits, you may have more of a propensity to stay off work because the disability benefits are fairly significant compared to accident benefits. So the actual injury fraud is likely similar. Like I would say our cyber investigations are likely, well, they're already decreasing because we're not going to need to be doing as much of an online search on, again, people who say that they can't do things and they're injured and they're looking for non-pecuniary damages, right? Because I'm sore, I'm in pain, I can't live my life, I need a lot of non-pecuniary damages. Whereas with enhanced accident benefits, there's no real incentive for that because you're not getting paid because you can't play ball or do whatever. You're going to get the benefits. So I think, what we identified as some of the biggest risks are the income replacement benefits because, I think in accident benefits, we paid $300 a week up until till RAP. And now we pay 90% of your net income up to, I think just this week, it went up to $109,000 is the cap for income without buying any extra insurance. So I don't think it's going to decrease. I think it's going to shift, I guess is what I would say.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Chung, you have a question? I believe you're on mute.
My apologies. Thank you, Ms. Munn. This is Leon Chung, BCUC staff. I have two questions. First one is with respect to data collection. Suppose whenever ICBC collects enough data in terms of fraud savings or how the programs have impacted claims costs, does ICBC expect this to be a prospective adjustment in the actual analysis, or would you expect this would be absorbed in the normal trend rates?
I would have to defer that question to someone on my left. Not my area of expertise, sorry.
I'll just address this. This is Andrew Loach. I think that's something that we would need to assess on an ongoing basis. What are the expectations for fraud, and do we have a credible estimate for the expected savings as compared to what's built into our existing trends or estimates? So I don't think that's something that we can give a yes or no to at this point in time, but it's something that we would continue to assess as to whether it was necessary.
Okay, thank you. And my second question is, Ms. Munn, you talked about internal training, awareness, and investigating. Has ICBC done anything in terms of prevention, for example, external communication with customers and service providers?
Yeah, so one of the things that we did is we implemented, it's called the Treatment Verification Survey, and this is to deter vendor fraud. And what we do is we take a random customer base and we send out a letter that says, you went for these treatments at this clinic. I'm sorry, ICBC has been billed for these treatments at this clinic. If you didn't receive these treatments, please let us know. It's very similar to what MSP does. Some of you in the room may have received a letter. You went to the doctor, you didn't go to the doctor. I actually got one. That's sort of how this kind of came about because I thought this is a really good idea. So we started doing that in early or May of 2021. But to be honest with you, I think the biggest impact for that is the deterrence, not as much the detection. And we went out, we met with the vendors, the stakeholders, and we said, this is what we're going to do. Just so you know, when our customers, when we pay a bill for treatment, we're going to contact our customers and we're going to confirm that they received the treatment. So they're very aware that we do this. From a customer perspective, due to sort of the timing, I would say with COVID and the move to enhanced care, it's not something that we've publicly gone out to sort of reinforce that message on the fact that ICBC is actively investigating fraud, but we did update some of our application forms. We did make updates to our claims portal, to icbc.com, just to put sort of that disclaimer that the customers are aware that everything they submit is true and accurate to the best of their knowledge, and that something along the lines of if you commit fraud, there could be repercussions, legal action, or claims impacts. That's not exactly what it says. I can't remember, but I know that we made the updates to really, again, try and deter fraud.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Any questions from any of the interveners, BCUC staff or commissioners?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
None from me either.
And none from me. Thank you.
If possible, I'd like to take probably a 7-minute break where we convene at 2 while we bring in our experts to talk about our survey methodology.
Thank you. 7 minutes. We'll come back at 2 o'clock.
Great. Thank you.
Well done.
All right, it's 2:00. I'd like to get started again. I just want to confirm that you can see our presentation and can see our conference room.
Yes, we can see the conference room, and it appears you're on slide 66. Thank you.
As per the request of BCUC, we're going to provide a little bit more details of our customer measurement framework. We've invited Matt Cox, our Director of Customer Experience, to do a short presentation, answer any questions you have. So I'll pass it over to Matt.
Hello, as mentioned, I'm Matthew Cox, a COX. So I'm the Director of Customer Experience. So one of the areas that I oversee is our Customer Insights team. And of course, that relates to our Voice of Customer program and how we measure customer satisfaction. So what we wanted to communicate today was just a few of those key themes about how we arrived at moving to a 7-point scale. So the first and foremost reason is it allows us to better measure and reflect the customer experience. So with a 4-point scale, there's less differentiation for the customer. And one of the things you'll note elsewhere in the presentation is there's really no neutral score or indifferent score. To help enable this transition, what we did is we completed what we're calling parallel testing, which allowed us to compare the results with the same customer, whether they were ranking on a 7-point scale or whether they were ranking on a 4-point scale. And so what this does is it did result in that there was some decreases in our scores, but this had actually a lot just to do with how we were using a different scale score, which in the later section of this presentation, I can sort of describe to you how that scale transition worked. So why a 7-point scale? Mostly, when you look at it, it does allow customers to say more of how they feel. When we're in a 4-point, you're really just looking at two halves of the spectrum. Are you satisfied or are you dissatisfied? And it makes it hard to differentiate between people who are somewhat satisfied, neutral, or somewhat dissatisfied. And so we wanted to be able to better reflect that and also have a more sensitive scale in terms of when we implement a change or we make improvements, it's hard to see a change or how that had impacted our customer experience on a 4-point scale. So we use, we call it top 2 box, which is just really saying that if you think about completing a survey, are you in the top 2 checkbox typically on the right-hand side? And so our old scale, you can kind of see there is very dissatisfied, somewhat satisfied, very satisfied. So when we used to report on satisfaction, somewhat satisfied was considered sort of part of our CSAT, the percentage of customers who were satisfied. When we moved to the 7-point scale, we actually took that away and we said, you know what, that's not really satisfied. Being somewhat satisfied, it's not an adverse outcome with our customer, but it's not true reflection of being really satisfied. And whereas 6 and 7, as described, satisfied and very satisfied, are. And that's sort of the crux of where we find with having the 7-point scale. We just get a lot more granularity in how our customers are feeling about our different transactions and surveys. So parallel testing, I wanted to clarify this point. When we did this, we actually asked the customer the same question and got them to rank it on both scores. And that's how we were able to measure exactly what transition to the new scale would look like and how to have some confidence that we weren't missing a drop in scores because of the transition. And I'm going to jump right to the last slide here because this does a good job of explaining it. So, in the 4-point scale model, when we measured from June to March, you'll see that 95.8% of customers were ranking us in the top 2 box. Now, when we moved and looked at that at a 7-point scale, it dropped to 85.4%. But if you look at what the 50th percentile or closest comparison that on a 7-point scale, you can see the scores are actually quite similar. We have the arrow there going between the purple, so 95.8 versus 97.5%. So if we were capturing those somewhat satisfied customers still in it, we'd probably be at a very similar score as to the prior reporting periods. So that's it. There's not there's a kind of that's the brief summary of why we made this transition, how it's working, and how we have confidence that how the prior scores correlate to or transition to new scores. I guess I'll open the floor for questions now, if there are any.
Yes, Commissioner Magnad, question?
Thank you. I have a question with regard to going from an even point scale to an odd point scale. How much of a propensity has there been in the 7-point scale to have responses in the neutral position?
Sorry. Hi, my name is Quinn Nguyen. It's Nguyen. So when we're looking at, because our score when it comes to customer satisfaction, as you see from the 4-point scales, tend to be pretty high, it's in the 90s and in the 80s. And when we do comparisons between the 7-point score and the 4-point score, those who provide us a really high score, like very satisfied, will rate similar on a 7-point scale, which means that it's show that the scale is comparable in that sense. And so because we have high level people who are satisfied still, the number of people following between neutral is higher than dissatisfied. So I think what you're asking is where's the customer falls within the 3 buckets when you're looking at satisfied, neutral, and dissatisfied. And I can answer without going to the particular program is that majority of our customers are in the satisfied and a neutral zone, and with very few, about 10%, depending on the programs, are in the lower 3 box, which is the dissatisfied section.
That wasn't my question. My question was what percentage ended up in the neutral zone in the 4 on the 4?
On the 4-point scale, there's no neutral zone. So on the 4-point scale,
on the 7-point scale. Not the 4-point scale, the 7-point scale.
We have to look at the programs and we can share that back.
We can come back to you with that. It's like really easy for us to pull. So we'll go and we can let you know on with all our different programs, what the propensity is for our customers to rank us as neutral.
The reason why I asked the question is because I have a fair amount of background in surveys and market research. And there sometimes is a propensity in when you have a 7-point scale for there to be a cluster around the neutral point rather than forcing the issue. I don't have any issue with going from to a bigger scale from a 4 to a 6-point scale. I think that's a good move. But it's just going to an odd point scale. Sometimes you have people tend to cluster in. Say, well, we don't want to make a decision. We just want to be neutral on this. And to get proper response, you may want to force them by having a 6-point scale where they have to make a decision whether they're less than satisfied or more than satisfied.
As I say, we'll take it away. We'll let you know just exactly where, how many customers we have ranking us as the neutral, or in this case, a ranking of 4.
Okay, thank you.
I don't have any questions. Commissioner Pig-Salmon or anybody else have questions?
No questions from me, thank you.
All right, that's the end of our formal presentation. I believe we've addressed all the 6 items requested for BCUC. And I don't believe, is there any other questions? Ms. Guzman?
Thank you, Mr. Yu. This isn't really so much of a question, I guess, but perhaps a request. I know that yesterday ICBC filed these presentation slides for the workshop.
which are marked as Exhibit B-6 in the proceeding. I've noted, though, that there are some differences in the presentation slide numbers between what's presented today and those pre-filed slides. I think it looks like today's slides have consecutive numbering, whereas the pre-filed slides might look like they're numbered starting at 1 with each section of ICBC's presentation. Just for the clarity of the record and to match today's transcript, would it be possible for ICBC to file today's presentation as an exhibit, please?
Yes, there shouldn't be an issue. The material should be identical. I think it was desire to have that within a PowerPoint, today's PowerPoint presentation versus a PDF format, and our conversion of it might have messed up the page numbering. But yes, we can submit today's.
Perfect, thank you.
If there's no more questions, then I'd like to pass it off to our legal counsel to talk about our proposed regulatory process and next steps.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Madison Grist, G-R-I-S-T, External Counsel appearing on behalf of the Insurance Corporation of British Columbia. And I'll be speaking to the panel's request for submissions on the regulatory process moving forward from today. And ICBC's position is that moving forward from today, after answering the few remaining questions left on the record, we can proceed directly to final argument without further rounds of IRs or further process. And I have a proposed timeline for final argument that I'll speak to at the end of my submissions. But my key point is that today's workshop has provided an effective substitute for a second round of IRs. And I'll make my submissions quite brief, but I'll group them around the following 3 points. The first is that the parties have now had 2 opportunities to ask questions on this application. Today's workshop was similar in many respects to a streamlined review process hearing. And third, that the proposed regulatory process that we've put forward is appropriate for the nature of this application. So first, there have now been 2 opportunities to ask questions on the application. The IRs focus primarily on 3 areas that we've covered today and more. And the speakers came today prepared to speak on the additional areas of interest expressed by the BCUC. Interveners, BCUC staff, and the panel have had an additional opportunity today to ask their follow-up questions. Second, on a related point, the fact that this workshop has occurred after round 1 IRs have already been submitted means that it takes on a different character than a typical workshop at the outset of an application. Here we do have a full round of IRs under our belts. The participants have turned their minds to the key issues in the proceeding. They've had time to digest the answers from our round 1 IRs, and the participants came today with follow-up questions. So in many respects, today's workshop looked a lot like a streamlined review process hearing. And in that respect, it's an effective replacement for a second round of IRs. Moving on to my last point, here the legislated rate setting framework should inform a proportional process. The framework circumscribes the issues in this proceeding in 2 key respects. The first is that IC2 directs a rate change floor of 0%. And that ultimately drives the outcome this year. The actuarial indicated rate change, but for the rate change floor, would be a decrease. And there hasn't been anything to suggest that ICBC's actions or modeling modifications could overcome that rate change floor. Special Direction IC2 also directs that the actuarial indicated rate change includes a capital provision of 7% of required premium. And this removes consideration of the appropriate capital plan or provision amount. While in the recent past, ICBC's RRAs have included 2 rounds of IRs, the BCUC's past procedure does not dictate its future procedure, and the regulatory process used on each application should be tailored to the particular context of that application. Now, back in 2010, the BCUC had approved ICBC's proposal for a streamlined application process, and that was used once back in 2010. However, in the years that followed, it became somewhat moot based on the increases that were sought from that point forward. However, the underlying logic for a streamlined review process continues to apply today. All of this leans towards a process that's focused while supportive of public involvement and the BCUC's oversight over basic insurance. ICBC submits that the process followed to date delivers on those objectives. In conclusion, by moving directly to written final argument, the BCUC will have provided a fair and accessible process, ample opportunity to explore the key issues in this proceeding, and an evidentiary record that will ultimately support the BCUC's decision on this application. Now, regarding timeline, ICBC proposes to answer the questions, the very few questions left on the record today, by April 20th. So that's just over 2 weeks from today. We propose submitting final argument on May 16th. We ask that intervener final argument be submitted on June 6th. So that would be 3 weeks following ICBC's final argument. And ICBC will reply by June 27th. That would be another 3 weeks to prepare reply. Subject to any questions from the panel, those are my submissions, and I'll address any matters raised by interveners in reply.
Okay, let's hear from interveners' positions. Mr. Cody, are you going to call them in the order of appearance?
Yes, Madam Chair. What we'll do is it would be appropriate to call the interveners in their order of appearance, and I'll do that. And then it'll be followed by reply submissions in reverse order, which is the usual course, with ICBC with the final reply. So the first intervener is the Movement of United Professionals for their submissions on further process.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. Jim Quayle appearing. We are content to proceed directly to argument. And I say that because we have sufficient material on the record now to address the issues that we would intend to particularly focus on in argument. There may be other parties for whom that's not the case, and we have no objection to a further process, but we would be content to go straight to argument. And the dates that have been proposed look fine for us.
Next intervener by appearance is Richard McCandless.
Yes, thank you. I apologize for being late this morning. I had a doctor's appointment. And I did want to ask a question regarding the forecast as presented versus some information presented in a response to one of my questions. I could deal with that, I guess, in the final argument. And really, I tend to agree that given the constraints on the Commission's authority, a second round of information requests might be useful, but it's probably not going to add much to the outcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Next intervener is the Insurance Bureau of Canada.
Hello, Miranda Lee with IBC. We were under the impression that there would possibly be a second round of written information requests. So we would request to have that, as we have done in the past. However, given the information and the proceeding here today, we wouldn't be opposed to going straight to final argument. But we do have some additional written questions that we would like to submit if it is possible to have a second round of IRs. Thank you.
Next intervener in the order of appearances is BC Old Age Pensioners Organization et al.
Good afternoon. It's Irina Mies, last name M-I-S, on behalf of BCO APO. I just wanted to let everybody know that we were not advised that the purpose of this workshop was to substitute next round of IRs, or that it intend to be considered an kind of alternative of SRP. So it's first time today I heard from the Council for ICBC that they had these intentions. We were not advised about this in advance. And our expert consultants actually advised us that they have some follow-up questions for second round of IRs, which were not necessary relevant to this workshop. So we actually have some extra questions, and we request for this reason second round of IRs. Maybe if we would provide advance notice that this workshop will be treated as a substitute to IRs or as intended to be similar to SRP, we would prepare accordingly. But we came here as for a regular workshop for additional information about the application. So we would like a second round of IRs followed by final arguments and reply. Thank you.
Okay, now, Madam Chair, we'll go in reverse order on the interveners for any reply argument they may have, starting with the Insurance Bureau of Canada. Do you have any reply submissions?
No reply submission from us.
I understand that. Insurance Bureau of Canada, any reply submissions? You're on mute. I'll take that, Madam Chair, as being no reply argument. Next intervener is Richard McCandless. Do you have any reply submissions?
No, I do not. I don't know if there's time to at the end ask my question or just leave it for the final argument. That's all I have. Thank you.
Movement of United Professionals, any reply argument?
No, as I said, we are content to proceed directly to argument. If there's a second round of information requests, we may not have any to ask.
All right. So it's now to the applicant ICBC for their reply.
I'll make just a couple brief points in reply. The first is that there would always be more information that could be gathered in additional rounds of IRs, and it's up to the Commission to determine whether that additional information is required to make a determination on this application and whether it is a proportional process. In response to my friend Ms. Mee's submissions on being advised in advance, the nature of the workshop really developed as the workshop was presented today. So apologies for the lack of notice. However, we didn't have notice either to the scope of the workshop here today. To the extent that interveners have questions that can be left on the record here today, we could consider those and depending on the scope, respond to them within the time frame of 2 weeks, April 20th. However, again, it is our primary submission that the workshop today was an effective replacement for a second round. And that concludes my submissions.
All right, thank you everybody for your submissions. Just a couple of questions to follow up with what we've heard. I note in our letter A5 that we indicated the purpose of the workshop is to provide an opportunity for ICBC to present on the approval sought in the application and the key issues pursued in IR1. The panel, the BCUC staff and interveners may ask any further questions of ICBC with respect to the application and the associated documents in the evidentiary record. So I would appreciate hearing both from BCOAPO and Insurance Bureau of Canada what other areas they would propose to canvass in terms of IR2 that they did not canvass today. I'm not sure who wishes to go first, but I would appreciate hearing from.
I will go first. I think Irina Mies from BCOAPO. I don't have any specific areas at this time. I just have I had communication with our consultant prior this workshop, and our consultant indicated that he has some follow-up questions for IR2 without specifically indicating which areas it will relate to. So I just know that he has something extra for questions, but I cannot tell right now.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Neese. Ms. Lee?
I have some additional questions regards to our first round IRs as well as to the other interveners in BCUC. We don't have the specifics at this time. It was our understanding that as a workshop, this would be just for general information today. While we don't think that the second round of IRs will be extensive, we would appreciate the opportunity, but we do understand if the commission prefers to move straight to final arguments.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Lee. Oh, I see Mr. Quayle has his hand up. Mr. Quayle?
Yeah, just a procedural suggestion. This was sort of dangled by ICBC that perhaps if a couple of interveners have a small number of questions, if they can get them to ICBC immediately, that ICBC make its best efforts to provide responses, if that can be done. And, you know, the date that they had indicated was April 20th, which is when they'd respond to other questions that have arisen during today's session. So basically tack those on to today's business and fold them in if that is feasible.
Thank you. That's an excellent suggestion, Mr. Quayle. Mr. McCandless, is that, it sounds like that's something you were in a position to do. Did you want to indicate your question and we'll see if ICBC can take it on?
Would you like me to indicate it now, or would you like me to send it in for this April 20th deadline?
Oh, I think the expectation is that you'd indicate it now and ICBC would undertake to provide the information along with all the other undertakings by April 20th.
Well, I can certainly do that, but it requires referencing a couple of documents. Are we going to, that's okay? So I will begin then.
Thank you.
In the application on Appendix A1, that's PDF 119 of 781, ICBC provided the table summarizing the costs that led up to the rate indication. And I'm looking at the column 4 that shows for the annualized approximately 212 million for capital provision, which I'm assuming is that 7% of the rate devoted to rebuilding capital. In my understanding, that would show up as a net income for ICBC annualized, the average of the 2 years, or over the 24 months would be the, I guess, the 490 million show, no, sorry. Anyway, double that, 424 million. But then switching to B5, Exhibit B5, which is my RM 2.1 Attachment A, which is a summary with forecasts by fiscal year. And ICBC actually used that summary in response to a couple of other questions of different interveners. The net income for 23-24 and 24-25 is very small, positive 29 and negative 67 million. So I'm not seeing the capital rebuild showing up in the net income. In fact, what I'm seeing is ICBC is increasing its MCT from 91 forecast current year to 100 and then 106 through increases in total comprehensive costs, not net income. And yet, the actuarial rate indication says we'd have a 6.5% rate cut based on the actuarial rate indication, but they're foregoing that. Cabinet says you shall use that difference to rebuild the capital. I don't see the rebuild in the capital. I see it coming from changes in net asset fair value and other items, but I don't see it in the net income showing a positive 200 million for 2 years. And so I'll just end it there. I'll just say it seems to me, based on that B5 table provided, which is a very helpful table, that the 6.5% or 7% for capital rebuild is actually being eaten up by increased claims costs. And so that doesn't seem to jibe with the actual rate indication saying they can do it for, a cut of 6.5%. There's something not right between the two. And it just seems to me that the ratepayers are having to, or premium payers are having to be told that they're contributing to rebuilding the capital when in fact they're paying for increased claims costs forecast. And I have my doubts about the size of the forecast, but we'll leave that to the side. I'm just trying to understand these two tables and how they relate, and the RM 2.1 attachment A seems to be pretty clear that there's no capital rebuild coming out of the rate increase. Thank you. That's my question.
Thank you, Mr. McCandless. ICBC, is this something you can address now? Is it something you would prefer to address in writing? And do you have enough, are you clear on the question and the documents referred to?
Hi, this is Kelly Amers with ICBC. If we could just take a moment to caucus with the team, I believe we can answer this right now.
Let's take a couple of minutes then. Thank you.
All right.
Hello, Commissioners. It's Madison Grist again, G-R-I-S-T. I'll make one quick response to Mr. Quayle's characterization of our offer to answer questions left on the record here today. What we're offering is to answer the questions left on the record, not effectively to have a second round of IR's time crunch to the April 20th deadline. However, I do believe we are prepared to answer Mr. McCandless's question here today, and I'll pass it over to Mr. Tamber.
Hi, this is Harpreet Tamber, T-A-M-B-E-R. Mr. McCandless, the main reason for the difference between net income that you're seeing in the financial forecast and the rate indication is because of the fact that we include financial risk provisions in the financial forecast for adverse events such as investment volatility, claims forecast differences. But I will make it clear that the rate indication does not include any risk provisions. And the actual IFRS financial statements at year-end also do not include any financial risk provisions. The one other difference between the financial forecast and the rate indication is our investments, the unrealized gains and losses on our investment portfolio. They differ than what's in the rate indication. The rate indication, as Mr. Rye had said, includes a long-term investment forecast. Our financial forecast includes the near-term investment income and the expected volatility around financials. So those are just some of the differences that are contributing to the difference in net income.
Sorry, do I have a chance to respond?
Yes, please.
From what I heard, then, the rate request is really not really grounded in coming back down to what we're going to see on the 2 years from now on the annual reports. It's not really based on, if you're basing your investments on some long-term plan, that's not very helpful for the next 2 years. And building in all kind of contingencies into the claims and other costs doesn't seem to me to be very helpful either. I don't know what we're actually trying to approve here anymore. Thank you. That's the end of my questions.
Madam Chair, it's Jim Cody, counsel for BCUC. I just wanted to put on the record that the BCUC staff position on further process, their submission is that they are prepared to proceed to final argument.
Thank you, Mr. Cody. I note that the panel will have to deliberate on next steps, but we've had submissions regarding one tentative timetable, namely final argument for May 16th, June 6th for interveners submissions, and then June 27th for ICBC reply. There is a request for time for a second round of IRs, and without determining whether the panel permits that, ICBC, does that change? Would that change the timing of your proposed timetable? I'm assuming it would, and I wonder if you're in a position to speak to that now.
Yes, it's Madison Grist. It would change our timeline. The potential interveners' lack of preparation to ask follow-up questions today should not be an opportunity to have a second round of IRs. However, if moved to a second round of IRs, of course, ICBC will respond. In which case, we would suggest that the round 2 IRs come in on April 26th or sooner. That ICBC would respond to those IRs at the end of May 31st. That ICBC would provide final argument on June 28th. That interveners would provide their final argument on July 21st. And that ICBC would provide reply on August 17th.
Okay, and indulge me, please, but I've written some of it down. I got April 26th or sooner. ICBC would have responses by May 31st?
Yes, and that would be depending on the scope of round 2 IRs.
Okay, and then June 28th for ICBC's final argument?
Yes.
And then August for?
July 21st for intervener final argument, and then August 17th for ICBC's reply.
All right, thank you very much. With that, we're almost done. At this point, are there any other regulatory matters, or pardon me, procedural matters that we need to bring to the panel's attention?
None from ICBC.
Thank you, Ms. Grist. Any from interveners or BCUC staff?
Madam Chair.
Mr. McKenna. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Just speaking for myself, these timelines seem very long, and I could certainly chop off at least a month, maybe even more. But I'm speaking for myself. I certainly don't need a month in between each of these. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. McCandless. Okay, with that, Commissioner Agnon, Commissioner Pate-Salmon, any comments or suggestions from you?
No further comments from me, Madam Chair.
And no comments from me. Thank you.
In that case, thank you very much, ICBC, for the presentation and today's workshop. It was very helpful and much appreciated. Tremendous amount of effort went into it, and it was really quite instructive. Thank you, interveners, for your thoughtful questions and contributions. And we're finished earlier than the 5 o'clock we had planned, but I think it was a very productive day, and I appreciate everybody's time. I think we can conclude. Thank you.
My thanks to the ICBC folks. It was very helpful.
Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.